always fun. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good morning, it's 6 o'clock on Friday the 21st of April. Today, just how long does it take to read a report? The PM knows if Dominic Raab is a bully, but he won't tell us yet. Now, is it going to be travel hell during the coronation weekend? Well, apparently not on the rails, but there are strikes ahead at the airports.
The legendary comedian Barry Humphries is now stable and responsive in hospital. That's despite reports that he fell unconscious last night. And Twitter has started removing legacy blue ticks from verified accounts following the introduction of subscription. Have you lost your blue tick?
I'm Stephen Dixon.
I'm Ellie Costello, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
Now, like most normal people, I'm starting the show with a cup of tea. Unlike you've got coffee this morning.
Coffee, it needs to be black this time of the morning, but I do move on to tea at about midday.
Right.
And how do you have yours?
You see, it's National Tea Day.
It is.
So you should be drinking tea today, but also, how do you have it? Now, this is the big thing. This is like a builder's... Can you sort of see that? It's like a builder's tea, so it's quite dark, but do you like it all pea-willy and milky and weak and horrible?
Ditchwater. Ditchwater. Call it dishwater.
Or dishwater. Or do you like it really strong? Do you like it black? Do you put lemon in it? Ooh,
honey. People put honey in it, don't they? Do you do all these alternative milks? The oat, the soy,
you can't do that in tea.
The coconut. It happens. I know a lot of people are moving over to oat milk now. So you like a Builders?
Builders. Milk in first or afterwards?
Are you a brew and then a milk? Or
well, yeah, some people have to put the milk in first, don't they, and then pour the tea in.
How do you?
Let's have a look at this graphic. How do you have it, Georgie? This is from North Wales Live. There you go. So they're the different colours of tea you can have. I'm Builder's Brew number 3.
Are you? Would you say you're that dark?
Yeah.
I don't think you are.
But actually, this isn't this morning. This is more number 4.
That's a 4. So I would say I'm a 5. A 5 is a perfect tea for me. And the trick is a 3-minute brew, uninterrupted. Just let it sit there in the hot water. Then add, I'd say, about an inch.
An inch of milk?
Milk.
Oh, no, that's far too much.
Wait, is that... That's about an inch.
Yeah, that's far too much. No, that's disgusting.
Or half an inch.
That's a centimetre.
Maybe a centimetre of milk. But it has to be whole milk. At least we could verify about that much in a mug. Need about, I'd say, about a quarter of the mug leave empty at the top. But let us know, what is the perfect way to make a cup of tea? Because it is something that splits opinion.
Do you fight in the family about it?
It's what people feel passionately about, especially if you're British.
Yes.
GBViews at gbnews.uk. What is the perfect cup of tea? Do let us know.
And we're going to be sampling different teas at about 9:45 this morning. That'd be nice, that's all I can say.
There's nothing better, especially if you're not feeling too well or a little bit under the weather. Nice cup of tea, slice toast.
Quenches your thirst.
It does.
Perfect. Anyway, I tell you what, the Deputy Prime Minister might be needing a cup of tea to calm his nerves this morning.
Yeah.
Is he a bully? And is the Prime Minister going to whitewash the whole thing? They're the key questions hanging over government this morning.
Yes, Rishi Sunak was given the report into Dominic Raab yesterday, but still hasn't released its findings. Labour says if he is a bully, the PM should just sack him.
Well, here's Shadow Attorney General Emily Thornberry.
I think if he's got this report, he should just read it, and if the man's a bully, then Dominic Raab should go. It's really quite simple. There are many more pressing issues than this. Whilst the Conservative Party continue to be in chaos, the public have completely different priorities. Actually, what we should be doing is we should be having politicians who are focused on the cost of living crisis, on why it is that wages are stagnating, why we're having to wait for months, if not years, for hospital treatment. That shouldn't be what politics is about. Politics should be about making people's lives better.
Well, we can now go to political commentator Lettuce Bromovsky for more on this. Good morning to you, Lettuce. Really good to have you with us. So we have been talking about this report for a long time now. It's taken the best part of 5 months. Our understanding is it was on Rishi Sunak's desk at 11 o'clock yesterday morning. What's taking so long?
Well, that is the question, isn't it? And I think one part of this is we were just listening to Emily Thornberry chat there, and she says, this is simple, this is clear cut. But actually, I think this length of time is showing that it isn't simple. And in fact, what we might be wading into here is a lot of grey areas around it, because the report itself is not coming to a conclusion of, stating Dominic Raab is a bully or he is not a bully. Instead, it's giving the evidence to Rishi Sunak for him to then come to that conclusion on his own. Now, we know from previous experience that Rishi Sunak can make swift decisions when he wants to. Nadeem Zahawi was sacked within a matter of hours after the investigation into his tax affairs. But the situation is different with Dominic Raab. Dominic Raab and Rishi Sunak have this sort of bond of loyalty that was first formed last summer when he launched his leadership campaign for him. And then more recently, if we look at more recent political situations, Rishi Sunak needs Dominic Raab, particularly in this battle to stop the boats and get the legislation through on stopping the boats. And he needs this loyal ally by his side. So it hasn't been as clear cut for him from a personal standpoint either. So Rishi Sunak's found himself in this very tricky situation. And I think, simply it is not as clear cut as people are thinking at first it might be.
Yeah, but it can't be that difficult, Lettuce, can it? I mean, look, the Telegraph this morning saying Raab will fight to the death to keep his job, despite the fact he's said in I don't know how many interviews, if I'm found to have bullied anyone, I will quit. I mean, it's just turning into a mess where there's a pretty easy answer to this.
Well, it is turning into a mess. And the longer that they hold out for this, the more speculation that we'll see, the more diverse opinions that we'll see on the matter. But it also shows that what we can infer from this, and like you say, Dominic Raab said on Sky News that if he was found to have been in breach of the ministerial code, then he would resign. But we've seen that Rishi Sunak has brought people back from the brink, as he did with Suella Braverman when her messages were leaked as well. So he can go both ways on this. And he doesn't necessarily want to upset the Conservative Party at this point. We're almost at local elections. If he loses Dominic Raab in this situation, that will be the third cabinet minister. He will be, the second prime minister to have lost 3 cabinet ministers in 6 months. Which isn't looking good for his promise of having a accountable and integrity-driven government at this stage. And also the fact that the Conservatives at the moment, they're on a united front. And to lose Dominic Raab, he's very long-standing. He's been a very popular politician, maybe not with civil servants, but definitely within his party.
Hold on, Lettuce. Hold on. You said if he goes, it doesn't look good for having an accountable government at this stage. But it would be good, wouldn't it? I mean, that is saying you are accountable. It looks terrible if he stays. That's what looks bad. It looks like a whitewash.
Well, that all depends on what this report is saying at the moment. And of course, we have not seen the findings of this report. We've only seen the sort of speculation so far on what it says. And as you've just mentioned, the government has promised they will be transparent and they will be releasing the findings of this report. So that, again, is opening them up to everyone's personal opinion on this.
It landed on the PM's desk. It landed on the PM's desk at 11:30 yesterday morning. If it cleared him, he would have found out by 25 to 12.
Well, again, it wasn't coming to a certain conclusion. This report is meant to be very lengthy. It's got 8 complaints in it. It spans across 3 different government departments. But there's also this national debate that we're having about what is appropriate workplace conduct, what is deemed harassment, and what is simply seen as firm management. And a lot of the critics of this are saying that if Rishi Sunak here sets a precedent that, if civil servants can begin making complaints about their minister of their department, and it will get them fired, it's setting a precedent that some might then begin to abuse this and allow it to discredit ministers in the future. And we can't allow our ministers to become afraid of demanding high levels of work ethic. When Priti Patel was undergoing her bullying report, there was a section within that essentially said that working for a ministerial department, working within government, is different from working in other jobs and workplaces. There is a certain amount of high pressure, and sometimes this can come across as whether that's that firm management or harassment. We're going to have to wait and see what this report says at the end of the day, but hopefully we will be seeing that report ourselves early next week.
Lettuce, do you think there could be a theory here that Rishi Sunak is trying to stall things to force Dominic Raab's hand, to force him to resign if he has been found to be a bully, and therefore he doesn't need to make the difficult decision?
Well, Dominic Raab, as we know, has already seen the report. And he said on Sky, as we just discussed, that if he thought from the report that he was found to be essentially guilty in this case, he would resign. So what we've seen so far is he's read the report, and we can infer that he clearly does not see himself to be guilty in this situation. So if that's the sort of easy way out that Rishi Sunak's looking for, I don't think he's going to find it there. Owing to the new ministerial code, though, Rishi Sunak can also, there are other routes other than simply sacking him at this point. He can do a public apology. He can go without his ministerial pay for a certain amount of time. So I'm sure that these are all other areas that Rishi Sunak will be looking into as well as potential options.
OK, Lettuce, for now, thanks very much indeed. You're going to have a view on this. I just know you. And quite right. So we should have a view on this. Is he just, is there a difference between bullying and being robust? Is this, Lettuce just said there, hopefully we'll find out by the start of early next week. If the PM leaves this till Monday, there will be uproar. There'll be uproar because there's a long-awaited report. He's had it for more than 12 hours, very nearly 24 hours. Read it, digest it, release it.
And surely he must have thought, we've been talking about this report for 5 months. Surely he must think, well, if it says this, then this is the next step. And if it says that, then that's the next step. There should have been a game plan. The fact that this is still rolling on, almost 24 hours on, it's not a good look, is it? Especially for somebody like Rishi Sunak, who wants to be seen as a head down, get on with the work. And it looks like another scandal brewing, unless it's tackled head on, which hasn't happened so far.
It's like ripping a plaster off, isn't it? You've got to rip the plaster off. If he's got to go, he's got to go. But get on with it. And if you want him to stay, then you've got to have a very strong case, because clearly this report does not clear Mr. Raab of all these allegations. Otherwise, they would have had it out as quickly as possible yesterday. They would have been saying it's fine, all fine, it's been cleared. There's no substantial allegations here. They would have had it. So we know that isn't the case because it would have been out. So, I don't know. This is turning into a mess. It
really, really is. And it's difficult for Rishi Sunak because, as Lettuce just remarked on there, the timing just before the local elections is the last thing this man needs. And then, of course, Dominic Raab has been very loyal to him throughout the leadership election of last summer. He will feel personally as though he doesn't want to sack him. But then, if these allegations turn out to be true, he can't be leading a cabinet of integrity, which is what he stands to do. So it's a difficult one for Rishi Sunak. We're hoping we have some news on that today, and of course we'll bring that to you on GB News. But let us know what you make of that story. What should Rishi Sunak do? What do you make of the bullying report? We don't know the details so far, but the fact that it's been on the desk for almost 24 hours says something, doesn't it? gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Now, have you worked out your plans for 2 weeks tomorrow? The coronation quiche, have you got all the ingredients ready? Family and friends over for the day to watch GB News and see all the glory of what's going on down in London? Or are you brave enough to try to head to London to see the King?
Now, this is miraculous, but apparently it should be going pretty smoothly, at least if you're heading in on the trains. That's according to rail bosses. But does that sound too good to be true? Potentially, I think. We're joined now by the man who knows, Simon Calder. Good morning to you, Simon.
Good morning.
How are you?
Well, I'm fine, and I've got a proper cup of tea. Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
How'd you take it?
Oh, same as you.
that's
yeah,
proper
exactly, yeah.
builders, yeah.
Forgive me.
Builders,
yes.
any sugar in there?
No.
Sweet enough?
Ah, good.
But, yes, well, we find out today if there are going to be any strikes. I think it is extraordinarily unlikely, but of course they have to give 14 days' notice, the RMT union or the ASLEF, the train drivers' union. Talks are advancing, so I think you can park the possibility of strikes. I don't think that's going to happen. Very few engineering works over the weekend. There's a bit of trouble going in and out of London Victoria on the Sunday, on the day after the coronation. But actually, the rail industry is stepping up. They're putting on extra trains. You'll be able to leave, for example, Cardiff very early on Saturday morning, around about 5. That'll get you into London Paddington in a couple of hours. And then you've got the day there, last train out shortly before 9 o'clock. And that's kind of repeated for a lot of cities around the UK. Of course, you might be flying into one of the London airports, particularly if you're coming from Northern Ireland.
That's a problem.
Well, actually, flying into the airports is fine. Flying out of Heathrow Terminal 5, we have some industrial action going on, but maybe we'll come on to that.
Well, yeah, but that's going on that's quite a long stretch, isn't it? 4th, 5th, 6th, 9th, 10th, 25th,
Yeah.
26th, 27th.
Yeah, OK, so this is the Unite Union, security staff, 1,400 of them working at London Heathrow Terminal 5. Now, this only affects Heathrow. It only affects Terminal 5. So any other Heathrow terminal, any other airport, there is not going to be anything to do with this current dispute. Now, what we will see is that actually British Airways will be cancelling about 5% of its schedule, I predict. This strike is aimed... We had the 10-day strike, you might remember, building up to Easter Sunday. That was just kind of a blanket strike, didn't have that much effect, partly because BA was told by Heathrow, cancel 1 in 20 flights, and if you do that, it will relieve pressure on the security search area. That seemed to go quite well. But what the Unite Union has done this time in its campaign to get more pay for its workers is really to target the key times when lots of people, families, or indeed foreign visitors returning home after the coronation. Target those times in order to try to have maximum effect.
So there's an argument to say, is there, if you are... because a lot of people watching us from overseas, a lot of Brits are overseas. If they are heading back, it might be worth booking the return flights out of another London airport, even perhaps further afield. If the trains are all right, you can get back up there.
Well, fortunately, the European passenger rights rules are absolutely firmly on your side. If yours is one of the small number of British Airways flights which is cancelled, then it's not your problem, it's British Airways' problem. So, for example, yesterday I flew in from Dusseldorf. There was a strike there. They cancelled half the flights. So they sent bigger planes, basically, to get us all out. And they will be doing things like that to try to help passengers. Or indeed, if they're not flying you from Terminal 5 on British Airways, you move to Terminal 2 and fly on Eurowings. So there's all sorts of things that they can do, but it's down to them to sort out a flight for you. I certainly wouldn't be going around booking other flights. The main problem actually is going to be if you haven't booked yet and you think, oh, let's go to London for the coronation, you might well find that particularly coming back, it's very difficult to find flights at an affordable fare.
Right.
And for people who are flying in for the coronation and they're staying in London, what's the hotel situation looking like?
It looks like the best time that the hotels have ever had, I think. The sorts of rates that I'm seeing, which for some fancier hotels, well over £1,000, and those.
What, a night?
Yeah. Oh, yes, and they're selling at that. Yeah, and people are paying it.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's. They would say it's not incredible at all. It's a great city to be in. It's a fantastic time to be there, and that's what the price is. But for kind of normal people, even the budget hotels, I mean, for instance, around kind of the Waterloo area on the South Bank near the London Eye, there's dozens of budget hotels, and they're doing very nicely, prices creeping towards £300 for a night, but almost all rooms sold there. So the thing to do is actually to stay out of town and travel in. And my top tip is Woolwich in southeast London, because that's now on the...
Was there last weekend?
You see, yes. It's on the Elizabeth line. It's about 20...
time,
in a budget hotel, yeah.
20 minutes to the West End. It's very, very good. And one step beyond that, Abbey Wood, they've got a lovely campsite. There we are.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah. That's one way of doing it.
Camp for the coronation.
Why is it that that tea is so bad on trains?
It's not. Look, for goodness sake, tea is... Well, partly because you have less than optimal water being wheeled down the carriage, OK? Right. So, therefore, it's only going to be about sort of 80, 85 degrees. That is no good, OK? I've just come back, Stephen, from Germany. Yeah. I don't think it would be unreasonable to break off diplomatic relations with any country that serves tea where you get this sort of tepid glass of water and a tea bag on the side. You're left to get on with it, and you have to go and kind of fight your corner to get some milk. So, no, it's a train. I take a cup of British rail tea any time over most foreign tea. The only countries which can do tea, of course, are the UK, Ireland, Australia, New Zealand, and India.
Yes. And China.
Oh, well, yeah, but that's a different kind of tea.
Different kind of tea.
And do you, because you're a man who obviously does a lot of travel, do you pack tea bags?
Oh, yes,
Are you one of these people?
Do you?
Yeah.
Really?
Well, of course, because wherever you are in the world, you want a cup of tea.
Yeah.
And you know, yes, I do. And I take pride in taking tea and enjoying it in the comfort of my hotel room. But again, my German hotel room didn't have any kettles. But it was very cheap.
Disgraceful. Well, tea expert and occasional traveller, Simon Calder, thank you very much indeed. Good to see you this morning. Oh,
dear. Do you travel with your tea bags?
No, I don't.
I've just started, and I recommend it's a good lifestyle.
See, I do tend to use the instant coffee in hotel rooms and things, just because you sort of know what you're getting to more of an extent, but it's not the same as a cup of tea.
No.
But you can't get a decent cup of tea outside this country.
No, you can't. So that's why you pack your tea bags, and I have been known to now pack a little bit of milk as well.
Have you?
Because you never know. Well, I don't like the UHT milk.
Does that not go off by the time you get there?
Well, yeah, I tend to just keep it really, really cold, take it out just before you head to the airport, and you can have one in the airport then.
All right.
It's an art form. It's an art form.
Things you have to do. Your thoughts on tea, please, because it is National Tea Day. GBViews at gbnews.uk. Up next, the rocket that fell back to Earth. This is GB News.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Dubes & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Jacob Rees-Mogg. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, "Nah, stop arguing." I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment. I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different. Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics, and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It is 6:23. I've just had a message, right, just to say that they cut back to us during the commercial break. They cut back to us.
Oh, dear.
We were sat here having a chit-chat. I had my arms crossed and leaning back casually in my
To be fair, it could have been worse, actually.
Could have been a lot worse.
We usually have a bit of a sing-song in the break, so you could have had a karaoke session.
I hope the mics weren't up. That could have been a disaster.
Oh, let's hope they weren't.
Let's hope not.
Anyway.
Oh, dear. We were asking you about Dominic Raab, what you make of all this. I mean, the big pressure here, there's obviously pressure on Dominic Raab, right? Is he a bully? Is he not a bully? What's this report say? I think there's now more pressure on the Prime Minister because he hasn't released the report.
It's making it worse, isn't it?
It's just making it 10 times worse. Politicians always do this.
Yeah, lots of you getting in touch on that. Jerry in Ramsgate, good morning to you, says it's obvious that Raab has been found to bully staff because Sunak would have announced his decision immediately after reading the report if he was innocent.
Meanwhile, a slightly different perspective from Karen. Karen says civil servants seem to be dictating and running the country rather than our elected MPs. It's about time civil servants were brought into line and earned their salaries. Perhaps a spell working in the private sector would serve them well. I very much get your point. You know, yes, Minister, yes, Prime Minister, from if you watch that back in the day. Civil servants do run the country.
Yeah, they do.
It's got to be said, but they're meant to direct the ministers, aren't they? But, you know.
But there is a wider conversation to be had, and there will be again once we know what happens after this report, but about behaviour in the workplace and what should be tolerated by people, what is bullying, what is just a firm approach and having things wanted to be done a certain way. What I will say is in this report, I think there was 8 formal complaints and it concerned 24 people. So, I mean, it's not just one complaint. So it's enough that it's taken 5 months to do. So read into that what you will.
Yes. I was trying to remember who... I can't remember his name now. The MP that Gloria Di Piero was talking to on her show.
Last week, yeah.
Luke Pollard.
Luke Pollard,
There you go.
Well,
and he was saying now he's leaving Parliament at the next election. He's a Labour MP. But in last weekend, talking to Gloria, he was saying, look, there's the whole culture of bullying within Westminster has got to change. And I certainly know of various MPs who have bullied their staff. And sometimes it's pretty horrific. But there's no sort of overall structure to say, you know, like an HR department, if you like, that you can go and complain to. And look, I'm all for people being robust. I think it's necessary sometimes. But there's a difference between that and bullying. And so it's got. I think Westminster needs to be properly looked at.
And I do think that you've got a really good point there. I think especially the MPs' offices need to be looked at, the way that they hire their staff, because they handpick them. They're generally very, very small teams, 3 or 4 people sometimes, if you're not a minister, so this isn't the case in Dominic Raab. But you pretty much have to get on with it. Yeah. And there's no, like you said, no HR department. I mean, however that MP decides to run their office is the way that it goes. Yeah. And a lot of people are very desperate to climb that career ladder, and they'll work the hours, they'll take whatever treatment they're given, really.
They're often very young. Not always.
Not always. Well, Robert says, have you read this one? I don't think you have. He says, I believe this is civil servants being asked to do their job and not liking it. Yeah, well, very similar to Karen there.
Maybe. Maybe so. It's why we need to see this report, why the PM needs to get it out there.
Dominic Raab has seen it, apparently.
Yeah.
We've heard nothing from him.
No, he's fighting to the death to keep his job, apparently, which indicates it can't be great, surely. But that's according to the Telegraph this morning. Anyway, he will be needing a cup of tea to calm his nerves. So how do you like it? Full is my answer, because mine's empty now. Another one, please.
Another one, please.
Lynn, hi, Lynn. Yeah, we've got that graphic, actually, because it's National Tea Day today. And there's a graphic showing all the different colours of tea and what they mean. And they all mean different things. And if you're... like a sort of builder's brew, which is number 3 on that. Your classic Salt of the Earth type, it says, dependable and cool-headed. This is from North Wales Live.
Oh, so your personality relates to the tea.
5, like you, like Ellie. It says, not to insult you, but there's not a lot about you as a person.
Oh!
You'll watch exactly 1 episode of your latest box set and be in bed by 9 p.m.
Do you know what? That's not wrong, actually. I do like to be in bed by about 9 p.m.
Yeah, well, there you go.
It's got me down to a tea.
Sherry in Spain, hi Sherry, says mine would be number 5, same as you, Ellie. Fairly weak, but the first cup of tea is ginger tea with honey, then ordinary tea with milk for the rest of the day.
Julia says I'm having a brew before I go to the gym. Number 4 for me. Let's get that up again.
So that's
perfectly balanced.
Perfect brew. You're highly confident and know exactly what you like and how to go about getting it.
I think I might be a bit more perfectly balanced, you know.
Do you think?
I think I might be more
it's
number 4.
Funny that.
Kim says hers is... Oh, no, Julia, sorry, says number 4, no sugar, skimmed milk. But Kim in Essex says, I'm on my 4th cup of tea this morning. Wow, that's amazing. Best tea ever. Listen to this.
Oh, no.
As a recipe. 2 bags, 4 sugars and 1 centimetre of milk. Now, that is a strong tea.
That's too much. You see, that would be a bit sort of stewed for me. Keith likes leaf tea the best.
He's posh.
3.5 minutes to brew it. Don't squeeze the tea bag. Why not? No milk. Oh, no, I need a bit of milk.
Something about squeezing the tea bag, you shouldn't do it. It disrupts the...
Does it?
Yeah. What is the technique I'm interested in? People have different techniques.
You see, Alan in Vietnam. Hi, Alan. All the way out there. See, how do you manage decent tea in Vietnam? Maybe it says 2 tea bags, Lipton International blend. Fill to 3/4 full of boiling water, then put in a microwave on low for 3 minutes. Remove the 2 tea bags and squeeze them. Top up with cold water, add honey and a bit of milk.
Oh, Alan, you lost me at microwave.
That sounds disgusting, Alan.
Oh.
But
it is a challenge abroad.
It is a challenge abroad, but that does sound vile. 2 tea bags and then microwave it? No.
Microwave and tea should never go together in the same sentence.
But anyway, let us know what sort of tea you are and how best to do it. Because it is National Tea Day and we're going to celebrate it. We're going to try some fancy ones a little bit later on.
Very excited about that. It's a national conversation, though.
I quite like Ceylon tea.
Oh, yeah. What's that,
it's quite nice. It's quite, it's Ceylon, from Ceylon.
So what's it taste like?
It's smoother. It's quite smooth. It's like a single malt whiskey. Only in tea.
OK.
So that's
I
nice.
could be on board with that.
It's not expensive. You can just buy it in the supermarket.
We get a bit posh, don't we, at about 8 o'clock in the morning. We move on to raspberry tea.
Raspberry tea. Well, it's just when you get a bit thirsty, it's just like a hot pop, isn't it? Yeah. Like hot Vimto.
It is like
sort
a
of thing,
hot
basically,
Vimto.
but without the sugar.
Oh, dear. Well, do keep your views coming in. We do love to hear from you, especially about things like tea, because it's what every British person feels very passionately about.
Like we do.
GBNews at gbnews.uk. Like the weather, exactly.
Like the weather. We've got everything you need to know from the papers in just a moment, and 2 great guests to take us through everything. This is Breakfast on GB News.
I joined GB News because I was sick and tired of not hearing my views being represented, not just mine, but so many people that I knew and spoke to.
I just couldn't get my voice out there. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't do anything. Whatever the narrative was, I kind of had to follow it.
GB News is there to provide a voice for those who have been ignored by the establishment media. We think different things. We've got a different style.
GB News is here to be optimistic and positive about the future.
It's real kind of dynamic and flowing, with the audience very much at the heart of it, like a big family.
Here at GB News, we talk about the things that matter to you.
Hearing the voices from right across our towns and cities, especially our towns.
All sides of the argument represented with a heavy dose of opinion.
We're on a mission here to make a difference.
And the GB News family really is here for you, and whatever time of day you can watch or listen.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Co.
You're an inspiration to us all.
Clip that bit up.
Well, you are.
That's my ringtone. My political ambitions those days are gone, I can tell you. She's only teasing. Go on. He's probably going to want to lay down now. I'll give him 2 minutes to have one. Let's respectfully disagree. That's what we like on Jubes and Co. Come and join us. GB News, the People's Channel.
Michelle Dewberry, weekday evenings at 6 o'clock.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
It is 6:34, very nearly. This is breakfast. Good morning to you.
Now, there is a great picture on the front of the Daily Mail this morning. It's a look that says, I've just lost a lot of money again.
Yeah, see if we can show it, shall we? There
Yeah,
you go.
here we
Look
go.
at that, Elon Musk.
Yeah, Elon Musk. He's just lost £2.5 billion
That rocket
on
going
that
up.
rocket. Yeah, it went up and it very quickly came back down, didn't it? A rapid, unscheduled disassembly, they call
Yes,
it.
that's the official.
That's
yes,
the official.
for blowing up.
Yeah.
The Sun has got a lot on Paul O'Grady this morning. For the love of Paul is the headline. Inside, actually, there's a double-page spread. Fans lining the streets to catch a glimpse of the funeral procession yesterday. And loads of dogs.
And loads of... It was lovely, wasn't it, really, the pictures of that. And The Guardian, it splashes with the defiant-looking Dominic Raab outside number 10. That's the Justice Secretary's career. It hangs in the balance this morning as the Prime Minister decides his fate.
Oh, and then a bit of delight in an Indian restaurant. Who doesn't like going out for an Indian?
A Ruby Murray.
Oh, I love a curry.
Me too.
Love a curry. The Prince of Wales has delighted staff at an Indian restaurant during a visit to Birmingham as he accepted a customer's phone booking.
Now, do you
Did
think
you read on the... What's that all about?
Someone rang up to book a table and he answered, hello, and took the booking. But do you think he
quite
said,
cool.
This is
William.
This is William here?
I don't know. It's quite cool, though.
Imagine
isn't
being
it?
that customer.
That is quite
customer.
cool. I tell you what, Birmingham, I do love a curry. Wherever you go, you can get decent curries. But in Birmingham, go for a Balti.
Oh,
now that,
yeah.
I did that when I was a student and I used to go over to Birmingham because I was in Nottingham. I used to go over to Birmingham, get a Balti, a big table naan and all that stuff.
Oh.
Just the best food.
Do you know what? Funny you say that. I had a curry in Birmingham. I think it was called Balti Bazaar. If that still exists, let me know. Wow. I think about it often. And I've never been able to beat it. Not since. Not ever. I've even been to India and tried curries there, and it wasn't the same as the Balti.
And that's impressive because you talk about and think about food a lot.
An awful lot. But honestly, I'm
Not
telling
believe.
you, the best curry I've ever had was in Birmingham.
What was it called?
I think it was Balti Bazaar. I might be wrong.
Balti Bazaar.
Balti Bazaar. If you're from Birmingham, let me know if that's a thing. But it was amazing. The best curry ever. And it was so cheap as well. It was like £6 for a meal.
Fabulous. Love it.
Anyway, the best.
Right, political commentator Benedict Spence is here with journalist Nabila Ramdani. Good morning, you two. Benedict,
morning.
Let's kick off with the Telegraph, should we? It's quite a striking headline. Raab will fight to the death to keep his job. That might be a little over-egging the pudding.
I was going to say, just displaying the sort of aggression that I'm sure he's denying using whilst in office against the allegations. I mean, it's fairly self-explanatory. This is... allies of the Deputy PM saying that the fact that Rishi Sunak hasn't come out yet with his findings, it's not a clear opening shut case, shows that there are perhaps several layers to this story that will come out in due course. And the thing to remember about all of this is that there are many possible reasons why it's taking a bit of time. I know that you've touched upon a few of them earlier on, but, you know, it's the very fact that, you know, it's citing allies of the Deputy Prime Minister shows, you know, what we're talking about here. The Prime Minister doesn't actually have that large a majority. He doesn't actually have that much support, relatively. You know, he lost out the first time round that there was an election for him to become Prime Minister. He's not the most popular.
Well, he did, but not because of the MPs.
He lost, no, true, but he doesn't he doesn't have as much support as you might think. You know, you always need to remember with Tory party politics, there's a lot of backstabbing, there's a lot of ambition, even whilst the government is on the ropes and you think they all need to come together. It's actually very difficult to get Tory MPs to agree on lots of things. He needs his key allies in place to offer him that support. That's why they're there, by and large, not necessarily because they're brilliant at their job.
Yeah, but
and
it's
if he gets rid of...
But it's a hide into nothing if he holds on to Dominic Raab in the wake of a damaging report.
Well, we don't know how damaging, and that's the thing. He's weighing up.
But if it's not crystal... If it's not absolutely crystal clean on this one, then that's bad news for the PM.
This is a man whose job it is to take over as Prime Minister in case something happens to the Prime Minister. He's in charge of many different decisions, some of which are quite difficult. And the question that Rishi Sunak has to make is it worth getting rid of a key political ally and a very senior politician in a government over what are potentially allegations that could get you into trouble at, say, a top company or somewhere else in the public sector, but at the top of government, where it's a high-pressure environment, perhaps there needs to be some understanding that there is, you know, more give and take when it comes to behaviour. I know that won't sound good, doesn't sound very popular, you know, optics and all that, but ultimately that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the running of the country, not an HR department somewhere about how people feel. And there will be the attitude from a lot of other Tory MPs, it must be said, if they perceive it that Dominic Raab is being, you know, hounded slightly for what they would consider just robust behaviour, that they might not be particularly happy, or other ministers in their positions might feel vulnerable to allegations of bullying themselves. That's what he's got to weigh up. He's got to weigh up sort of the pros and cons of saying, OK, he might have actually bullied somebody, but equally, he can't be seen to be getting rid of... This would be a third senior minister to have got rid of. And he's not really... I don't think he's been in the job even for a year yet.
One of the indications that the situation is not clear-cut is Rishi Sunak's decision to... He's effectively agonising over whether to keep Dominic Raab or not, and he clearly needs more time to review all these allegations. So, you know, he's received a very lengthy report from Adam Tolley. I was going to say QC, but it's Casey now.
Yeah.
And so he's still undecided whether to keep him or not. But I have to say the whole thing is presented in a very strange way, and you've got very different opinions about Dominic Raab presented. But it already you have critics calling for an independent judge to make a decision. They see...
How hard can it be?
Yeah, because I think it's because there's still a lot of anger over the former Home Secretary, Priti Patel, who was clearly caught in a clear breach of the ministerial code, and Suella Braverman, who was also, you know, caught in, you know, she behaved in she had serious disciplinary issues, and yet she survived. So if Dominic Raab does survive as well, then you can see the critics coming, you know, and saying, well, the whole system needs to be reviewed because this is unsustainable.
And also we could see if Dominic Raab is kept in post, is these civil servants are still in the department, these civil servants who've made these complaints, and if they feel like it's a whitewash, we could see mass resignations of civil servants next.
But I think one of the problems that Dominic Raab has is we live in an age where, you know, all sorts of allegations can lead to very serious consequences. You know, how much of these allegations are very serious psychological abuse or indeed violence, psychological violence, or how much is it huffing and puffing to get things done? So that's, you know, a lot of things to be considered there. But as, you know, as we were saying, it's, you know, government should be run in a different way than HR departments. And you know, it's all almost the culture that's coming from America, where you see it in employment tribunals, where all sorts of actions or words can lead to huge settlements being paid. Now, bosses request to have witnesses to speak to members of staff, and it can, you know, it's that kind of culture that Dominic Raab is being caught up in, dare I say.
OK, let's have a look at the Mail, Nabila. There is concern that the illegal immigration bill, which obviously is a key part of the government's strategy and what Rishi Sunak wants to achieve, could be blocked by the House of Lords.
Yes, that's a very strong front page in the Mail. An elected Lords plot to block the Rwanda flight law, and peers are poised to scupper a vital bill that would stop judges halting deportations. So I think this story effectively sums up the eternal battle between the House of Lords and indeed the House of Commons. It's, in the end, the job of the House of Lords to keep elected politicians in check. And the Lords, they see themselves as a watchdog of the Constitution, and this often puts them in conflict with elected MPs. Now, where this is crucial for the government, it's because Rishi Sunak, he's clearly supporting his Home Secretary. He wants his showpiece legislation to, his bill to go through. And this is all part of, of a strategy to win back voters. And what a better way to do this than finally dealing with a contentious issue, which is illegal immigration.
Look, this would be problematic if the Lords block it. But there's always a Parliament Act, Benedict.
I think a lot of this is sort of for show.
Because that would bypass.
Exactly, it is for show. But it is also, I think, because Rishi Sunak is acutely aware of the lack of time that he has. This would not necessarily prevent him from being able to pass legislation, but it could slow it down. And given that he's already pledged to sort of stop the boats, I wasn't sure if he pledged to do it by the end of the year. I think he tried to row back on that later, but nonetheless, he has made that part of the, one of the cornerstones of his premiership is that he will address this. And if you have it being bogged down in the Lords, as well as the legal challenges that it will almost certainly face, and quite apart from the fact that it is a very contentious issue, it means that we're already towards the end of April, you're creeping into the middle of the year, and no progress has necessarily been made in this. And of course, the legislation needs to be passed before he can then take action, by which point you will have already had many thousands of people already coming across the channel. So I think it's a bit of a sort of a PR game. It's sort of a bit of a threat to the Lord, saying, don't test us on this. We're prepared to fight you on it, because he knows that he will get pushback. But it is all, of course, because he doesn't have the best polling ratings. We don't have that long until the end of the year, and that will signal the start of the next election cycle. At which point people will start to look at his record, and the question will be: was he decisive, or was he bogged down by special interests elsewhere?
But the thing is, the Lords are not the only challenge to this immigration bill, because we have seen the European Court of Human Rights also weighing in, and a lot of people think that the measures of the illegal immigration bill are actually illegal themselves, and they are bound to fail if the European Court weighs in. So a bill which is meant to deal with illegal immigration is deemed illegal itself by a European court. And remember that Britain leaving the EU doesn't mean that the European Court of Human Rights doesn't have jurisdiction in Britain anymore. It still does.
No, but we could ignore it.
Yes, but it's hard to ignore when a case is presented about human rights and protecting, making some of the immigrants have very valid cases, but I think the problem is that the debate is all bundled up with illegal immigrants, as opposed to people who have rights to come in. But in any case, Rishi Sunak wants to present himself, as Benedict says, as the man who will be able to stop the small boats coming in. But the reality is thousands of people are still coming in, even though it's less reported. I've been covering this kind of story from the so-called jungle in Calais. It's been going for decades. The jungle has been dismantled in 2016, but these stories about illegal immigrants coming have been going for 20 years, and yet the Tories will still be perceived as the party who failed to stop them.
Well, now it's the sophistication of the human trafficking gangs, isn't it? It's just something that just evolves over time, it seems, very sadly. Benedict, let's go to you, shall we, in that story in The Times about sleeping pills warding off Alzheimer's.
Yes, so it's a drug called suvorexant, which is used to treat insomnia, and that's been found to reduce by 10 to 20% the build-up of certain plaques in the brain that are a key cause of Alzheimer's disease. And I think that it is very interesting because very often, actually, a lot of progress in medicine is through sort of trial and error with drugs that already exist and then are found to have sort of knock-on effects for other things. And it's curious because we've made a lot of progress in things like cancer, things like heart disease in the last few years. We haven't cured these things, but we have definitely made progress. Alzheimer's, dementia, it's the big thing, actually, that's sort of hanging over a lot of people, is that as we get older, more people become more prone to developing it. And of course, it's not a quick killer. It's a very slow, very traumatic, debilitating thing, and it costs a lot of money.
So this is a specific sleeping pill, not your...
This is
sleeping aid.
Yeah, this is the one that has been used in this trial in the US, and it's already been approved across the world for insomnia. and it's been found to have this effect. Now, that's not to say that it cures Alzheimer's. It
No,
simply stops the build-up of plaques, but it is the start, perhaps, of a process to finding a cure. Yeah, there are lots of things that actually are linked to it. People say fasting can help. People say, there are lots of different things that could potentially help you not develop it. We're not at a stage yet where we have a cure, but given how much it costs to keep people with Alzheimer's, let alone treat them, I think this has to be sort of the next big frontier in medicine.
It's got to help, but don't go popping those sleep aids over the counter. 'Cause I tell you what, they make me feel so drowsy for 24 hours. Get a good sleep, but I'm like a zombie.
Might stop you getting Alzheimer's, but if you're asleep for half the day, actually, what's the benefit?
Yeah, exactly.
Benedict and Nabila, we've got to leave it there. Good to see you this morning.
Thank you
very much indeed. Now, it looked like disaster for SpaceX yesterday as Elon Musk's Starship blew up just after launch.
But despite all of that, the company is calling the mission a success, even though the flight lasted just 4 minutes.
Well, who better could you think to talk to than NASA's very own Solar System Ambassador, Jason Flor-Sasanti? Really good to see you this morning. It's been a long time since we had a catch-up. Is Elon Musk right? Is this a success?
Well, Stephen, it's great to be speaking to you. It's been about 4 years since we've last chatted, but yes, this launch yesterday was a tremendous success, and it's going to go down as one of the most defining successes of SpaceX's goal to get humans to Mars and to other planets.
Why is it a success when it blows up after 4 minutes?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, rocket science it's really hard, and essentially any space program that is successful relies on what they learned from crashes. So their big goal yesterday was to literally see if they could launch this big Starship, and it's the biggest rocket that's ever been made. And so, just having Starship clear the launch pad was a tremendous success. And even the minutes of flight afterwards, that was just bonus data and bonus information that's just going to help their future launches.
This is so expensive, isn't it? I mean, on the front page of the newspapers here, you can see Elon Musk's face just as the rocket comes down. I mean, he does look like a man that's just lost £2.5 billion. I mean, as you say, this is the second launch. How many more could we see? Because they're very expensive.
Yeah, that's a great point. These are expensive launches. Space exploration is a very expensive endeavor. Elon can afford the risks, and they have plenty of future launches already planned out. There's a whole bunch of Starships that are essentially slated to take off in the next few months. And again, they're hoping that it'll be even a more resounding success than the launch was yesterday.
Every time we talk about space, we always get people messaging it, and I know you've come across it a lot yourself. People say, "Well, why do we bother? What's the point? There are issues on the planet that need to be sorted out. Why spend this money exploring, Earth orbit, the Moon, trying to get to Mars? Why does it matter?"
Yes, that's a great point. I think space exploration in general, is just one of these things that is inherent to the human condition. We as a species, we like to wander off into the wilderness and discover for ourselves. There are definitely things that we could be using money on, many problems domestically, abroad, internationally, that can be used with space dollars. But I think any functional society can walk and chew gum at the same time. And I always like to say to my audiences that essentially the endeavor of space travel, it's not just about spending money in space. These are jobs that are employing and using the skills of engineers and scientists. SpaceX is contracted out by NASA. NASA is going to be paying SpaceX to use that Starship to ferry humans onto the surface of the moon in about 2 years. And it's part of this big international project that Britain is part of. There are a few British companies that are supplying essential components to the Lunar Gateway space station that's going to be orbiting around the moon, to which the Starship is going to dock onto and bring those astronauts to the surface of the moon. So I think Elon, SpaceX, all these other companies are going to play a pivotal role in the next chapter of human exploration.
It's achievable in that time frame, because 2 years to get humans, I think it's been like 100 people on this spaceship is the plan, isn't it? Get them up to Mars. It's a big task, isn't it?
Oh, it is a tremendously daunting task. 2 years is going to go by very quickly. I know that SpaceX, they have their goal of essentially sending humans to Mars by the end of the decade. Whether or not they achieve that, I will be rooting for them. NASA will be rooting for them. And it's going to take more launches to get to that point. Again, exploration is it's a very iterative process. And so, I believe 3 months is the next Starship launch, and they're going to get a whole lot of data from that launch. And hopefully, it will clear orbit, and we could say that SpaceX will have blasted the most powerful rocket into lower Earth orbit that's twice as powerful as the Saturn V rocket that sent Americans to the moon.
Oh, it's just mind-blowing stuff. Really good to talk to you, Jason Floor, as always. Before you go, you're over here in the UK a fair amount. Do you drink tea when you're over here? It's National Tea Day, Jason, because obviously you can't make a decent cup of tea stateside.
That's very true. That's very true. Happy National Tea Day to you too, and hopefully you celebrate with a big cuppa. And yes, whenever I'm in England, I have at least I bet say 2 cups before noon. So I do enjoy.
Oh, there you go. Good man. Good man. Let us know when you're back over here. We'll meet up. Be great to see you. Thanks ever so much for talking to us.
Jason Floor, the honorary Brit.
He is.
2 cups of tea before noon. Very nice. Like your style.
He is NASA's Solar System Ambassador.
Oh, and you two are friends.
He's amazing. Good. He's a really, really great fella who just I love these people who just know this sort of stuff.
Know their stuff, yeah, great. Let us know what you think about that rocket. Anything Jason Floor had to say, actually, fascinating conversation. You like a lot of that, don't you?
I do.
GBNews@gbnews.uk.
Up next.
Oh,
go on then, you do this.
You do it.
OK, Dominic Raab promises to fight on, but how long can he last? This is GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's a cold but bright start in the north once again, a touch of frost for Scotland. However, that's where the sunniest skies will remain. Cloudier with some showers for England and Wales, and that's because the influence of high pressure is starting to move away. It's pushing to the north, allowing this weather feature, an occluded front, to move in across England and Wales, and that marks a change to cloudier, more unsettled weather over the next few days. Some persistent wet weather moving through the Midlands and the southeast of England during the morning. That reaches Wales later in the morning, as well as the southwest, whilst heavy showers replace the rain across the Midlands, East Anglia and the southeast by the afternoon. Some heavy downpours, but some sunshine in between. However, it will feel cooler because of the additional clouds, so 11 to 13 Celsius for England and Wales. But for Scotland and Northern Ireland, we keep the lion's share of sunny skies, and as a result, it's going to be another warm one for northwest Scotland, 18 to 19 Celsius here. Much cooler on the North Sea coast of Scotland, and we'll see some of this mistiness remain for the Northern Isles and the north of the mainland. That will push a bit further inland, actually, overnight. Whilst elsewhere across the UK, we will see some mist and fog patches forming across southern counties of England. In between, an area of cloud and outbreaks of rain reaching northern England, southern Scotland and Northern Ireland by the start of the weekend. And most places frost-free once again, but for some central parts of Scotland under clear skies, there will be a touch of frost as we begin Saturday. And then on Saturday itself, some persistent rain sets in across Northern Ireland, parts of northern England and southern Scotland. A damp day to come here. Showers pushing in across the Midlands and then later northern England and North Wales, and some more persistent wet weather into the southwest by the end of the afternoon with a brisk breeze. A lot of cloud around, but we keep the sunny skies for the north of Scotland away from the coast, where it will stay misty. And then Sunday brings a real mixed bag of weather with a mixture of rain or showers, some cloudier, but also some sunnier weather at times and feeling much cooler.
We've got a brand new lineup every Saturday night on GB News.
From 6 p.m, I'll give you my unique take on the world today.
Then at 7, it's me, Calvin Robinson, with my Common Sense Crusade.
New to GB News is the Saturday 5.
5 times the opinion. Join us every Saturday from 8 p.m. as we debate the week's stories.
With us 4, plus a special guest.
And at 9, of course, it's Mark Dolan Tonight. Brand new Saturday nights on GB News, Britain's news channel.
First and foremost, I am a GB News fan, and I was before I was working here. Just love the fact that we're asking the questions that a lot of establishment media won't ask.
With a bit of a twist, we not only want to inform you, but we want to keep you entertained.
It's worth the drive because you get in and the team's all ready and waiting, they're itching to go, and it's a proper little family.
GB News is the People's Channel.
It's the audience that makes the programme sing.
We're giving our viewers and our listeners a voice. I see the thousands of your letters, tweets, emails, you name it, coming in.
Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it?
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you.
It's time for something different. It's time for GB News. I'm very patriotic. I believe in Britain. Our best days lie ahead.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Join us here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates. Do you not believe in prison?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned. I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton Tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m.
What's the scoop?
I'll be joined by 2 of the country's top comedians.
That's right.
As we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight.
We're going to get into trouble.
If it's a big story, we'll be covering it.
Spill some tea on him.
There we go.
But we'll also have some fun.
I wouldn't stick up a bank.
My father didn't love me.
So anyway, Headliners every night from 11 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning. It's 7 o'clock on Friday, the 21st of April. Today, just how long does it take to read a report? The PM knows if Dominic Raab is a bully, but he won't tell us yet. We're right in the thick of a cost of living crisis, but how much are we still spending in the shops? We'll get the official figures any minute now.
Good news, possums. Dame Edna is stable and responsive in hospital after her alter ego, Barry Humphries, fell unconscious last night. And how do you tell if you're really following your favourite celebrity? Well, now that Twitter has started removing legacy blue ticks from verified accounts following the introduction of subscription, have you lost your blue tick?
I'm Stephen Dixon.
I'm Ellie Costello, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
It's National Tea Day. Happy Tea Day today. How'd you take it? I've just got a fresh cup of Builders. There you go, and it says a lot about us, apparently.
I wanted to say a very
Max.
good morning to Max.
Hi,
Yes.
Max.
Hi, Max. This is a lovely email in from Max. He says, "Hi, Stephen and Ellie. I'm Max, and I'm 10 years old. I like my tea, a Yorkshire Builders brew."
Good lad.
Stephen would be proud. Me and my dad are watching GB News, and my dad has a cup of tea in his hand.
You see, there you go.
Your dad's doing well.
It's cracking, but it says a lot about you, what sort of tea you drink. If you drink a Builder's brew, it means you're solid and stable and salt the earth type. If you have the next one down...
Do we have this colour chart that we can get up on
we
the
haven't got it.
screen? Don't have it
But
yet.
it's so that's a number 3 out of 8. Number 2 is overstewed. There's nothing worse than an overstewed cup of tea.
No.
Perfectly balanced is the next one. Highly confident, and you know exactly what you like and how to go about it. If you like it just that little bit weaker, your beige. There's not a lot to say about you as a person,
I know, it's not
according
good,
to this
is it?
tape. And if you like it really weak, I mean, what's the point? It's like hot water and milk, isn't it?
Do you judge people when they
Yes.
drink a really weak tea? I do. I make
Yeah.
awful judgments of people when I see them with a really milky,
And if people give me
watery cup of tea.
even if it's a decent strength, if it's too milky, I can't drink it.
No, I'm exactly the same. Too much milk, can't touch it.
Yeah.
And the alternative milks, can't touch it either. I'm very, very fussy.
Now that's an interesting one with your oat milks and your almond milks and your
Coconut and your soy. And
You see, it doesn't work in tea. It all goes funny when you put it in.
It's not good. It's not good. Are you quite fussy with who makes you tea?
No.
See, I am.
Oh, yeah, who?
Yeah, so
Who's
my
gotta
mum
make you
can't
tea?
do it. My friend Becky makes the best cup of tea. She's a long brew, but I'm very fussy about who makes my tea. And do you know what? I find it very stressful. If you said to me, you'd like me to make you a cup of tea, I'd get very stressed.
Would you?
I think it's very personal. I don't think people can do it for you. I think you have to do it yourself.
See, what worries me here is you ask for a cup of tea here. And it's all right, but it's brought in within about 2 minutes.
It's too
So
short.
it hasn't brewed.
No, I
You've
couldn't
just
do
given
it.
it a squeeze.
And how does it taste? Does it affect the taste?
It's all right, but it's not as rich as... But we like our cups of tea. We're British.
No, we do. We were asking earlier, if you're watching us from abroad, how are you coping? Dave's been in touch and said, I live in Madrid. Not many people have kettles.
What?
We use microwaves to heat water. It's a no-no for me. Tastes naff.
Yeah.
Happens in the US as well. No such thing as kettle.
Oh, that's
bonkers.
Disgusting.
Mm.
Yeah, just brew it in a pan. Why don't they have kettles in Madrid?
I don't know. You need to get one in the suitcase. That's what I
I don't think
say.
you manage without a kettle.
No. Christina and Martin say, I love my tea. Probably drink too many cups in a day. I've reduced it to 4 a day. To be fair, that's pretty standard, isn't it?
Yeah.
We always make our tea in a teapot. That's a good trick. Yeah, it tastes so much better.
Yeah.
1 tea bag for 2 people. I hate making tea in a cup. It's far too strong. And whoever makes it usually squeezes the bag, and that's a big no-no.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with squeezing the bag. I always tend to
There's an issue with that.
give
I'll
it a
find
bit of
out.
a... Yeah, I don't know. We need to do some research on that. Anyway, let us know how you get on with your tea. GB Views at gbnews.uk. We're talking to a tea expert a little bit later on, about 9:45 this morning. Someone who will need a cup of tea. Well, 2 people, actually, who'll need a cup of tea this morning. Prime Minister is one. The Deputy Prime Minister is another. Is he a bully? And is the Prime Minister whitewashing the whole thing? They're the key questions hanging over the government this morning.
Well, Rishi Sunak was given the report into Dominic Raab yesterday, but he still hasn't released its findings. Labour says if he is a bully, well, the Prime Minister should just sack him. This is what the Shadow Attorney General, Emily Thornberry, had to say on the ongoing investigation.
I think if he's got this report, he should just read it, and if the man's a bully, then Dominic Raab should go. It's really quite simple. There are many more pressing issues than this. Whilst the Conservative Party continue to be in chaos, the public have completely different priorities. Actually, what we should be doing is we should be having politicians who are focused on the cost of living crisis, on why it is that wages are stagnating, why we're having to wait for months, if not years, for hospital treatment. This shouldn't be what politics is about. Politics should be about making people's lives better.
Let's talk to former Special Advisor to Michael Gove, Charlie Rowley, who's here. Good to see you, Charlie.
Morning, hi.
What's going on? Why hasn't the PM released this? He's had it for the best part of 24 hours.
Well, I think it's clearly a very thorough investigation, so a very thorough report you would hope has been landed on the Prime Minister's desk. There was no deadline for the report, the much-awaited report, which we've all been waiting for. So nobody really knows quite what the Prime Minister was doing yesterday. There could have been important meetings that you just couldn't get out of, but he's had, as you say, the whole evening now to look at the report, to look at it in detail, to consider what the report concludes, and as everybody's expecting, that a decision will be made later today.
But how complicated can it be, Charlie? I mean, he's a bully or he's not. I mean, that's what the report will say, won't it? And Rishi Sunak has previously said, people can judge me by my actions. I mean, it should be pretty clear-cut, shouldn't it? If he's a bully, he has to go. That's what Emily Thornberry says.
Well, Emily Thornberry says a lot of things, but I think the report won't be totally conclusive. It will set out the facts of the case. And in the case of Nadine Zahawi, for example, who had to be relieved of his position as Conservative Party chairman, the facts were so stacked against him because there was he broke the ministerial code. He brought the office into disrepute because of his financial arrangements. So it was very clear, even though it wasn't a conclusion that was given in the report that, you must now sack Nadine Zahawi, it was very clear that he had broken the ministerial code. With Dominic Raab, it's slightly different, I think, because of the nature of the allegations and how far back they date. and going into all the detail as to who said what, when, or what the allegations are, it does need to be looked at thoroughly.
Come on, though, Charlie, come on. Because this is, it might be it might be the size of a phone book, this report, who knows? But there'll be a conclusion on the last page which will say whether he bullied people or not.
Well, if Dominic Raab in any of those events has made anybody feel uncomfortable, then he may have to apologise for that, and he might need to recognise that in the heat of a particular moment, when you're dealing with Brexit, when he was the Brexit secretary, when you're dealing with Afghanistan as foreign secretary, when you're deputy prime minister during COVID, if you've said something that might be...
it's one thing to be robust, it's another thing to hurl things across a room, which is what he's been accused of.
And those accusations need to be looked at. And I think he has denied all of those accusations, and he has said that he's always acted properly. And as you say, he demands high standards. And when you're in those positions, when you're the Deputy Prime Minister leading this country through COVID, as he did when the former Prime Minister Boris Johnson was in hospital, it's not a small... He's not the Minister for pencils and paperclips. He was doing a very, very serious job, which I think required high standards. So that's what the report needs to look into, and it's up to the Prime Minister now to decide whether bullying had taken place.
But that implies that the PM has to interpret the results of the report. That isn't true, is it? The report will say at the end, I don't know how many cases there are, 20-odd cases or 12 cases or something like that.
8 cases involving 24 people.
All right, OK, 24 separate individuals then, or whatever. And it will say, no, we don't think that one was bullying, that one was justified, this one was bullying. I mean, it will say that, won't it? It's not going to... The PM doesn't have to interpret it.
Well, I think we'll have to wait and see just how the KC Adam Tolley does present the entire report. I think there might be instances where, in particular cases, the report might be more leaning one way or the other than compared to some of the other individual cases. But it's important that every case that's looked into has the depth that it requires looked into to make sure that everyone, whether you're someone that has made an allegation or whether you're Dominic Raab, feels as though that this process has been conducted properly and fairly.
Yeah, and Rishi Sunak has always said he's a man who wants to be across all of the detail, right? But this is a huge test for him, isn't it? Because this is a loyal ally. This is somebody that stuck by his side during the leadership campaign, especially when Liz Truss became the favourite. Dominic Raab did stay loyal to him. I mean, he is risking a cabinet reshuffle, isn't he, if he does get rid of him? I mean, that will happen. But then on the other hand, if he doesn't get rid of him, we could see civil servants resigning, couldn't we?
Potentially, that would be up to the individuals to decide what they do on the back of the report. But I think you're absolutely right. I mean, Rishi Sunak came under some criticism for taking perhaps too long. Some argued over the Nadine Zahawi case, but he was very clear that he wanted a proper process to take place, that he wanted that to be investigated thoroughly, and that's exactly what he wanted to see in the case of Dominic Raab. So we'll have to wait and see. Yes, if Dominic Raab decides that he is no longer able to retain the confidence of the Prime Minister in his post, then he will go.
This isn't just about Dominic Raab, though, is it, and his future. It's about might not be about the PM having to go, but it certainly would damage him. Just if he's seen to be playing politics with this, and well, this is an important ally, I want to keep hold of him, I'm going to see if I can smudge this a little bit and make this work. That damages him. And the longer he holds on to this report, it damages him. At what point does he say, actually, I'm just going to have to bite the bullet?
He'll have to make a decision sooner rather than later. But I think what is in Rishi Sunak's favour is taking the time to look at the report to make sure that when he comes to a conclusion that he is, as you said, across all of the facts and making sure that he is able to, whether he wants to keep Dominic Raab and feels as though he can keep the Deputy Prime Minister, that he's able to explain why. And very clearly, having analysed and accepted all of those facts, obviously, if it is the case that Dominic Raab feels as though that he hasn't got the confidence of the Prime Minister anymore, and he feels that maybe, OK, even if he has done nothing wrong, and the report concludes that nothing wrong has taken place, but the perception has gone on for so long now that he feels as though to give the Prime Minister a bit of breathing space that he'll have to go. Again, that will all be something that they will have to explain in probably the next couple of hours.
Yeah, and do you think we will find out the result of this today, or do you think it will be pushed until Monday?
I think we will probably find later today, I think it would be difficult for this to... I mean, it's been a long time coming, this report. It's been an exercise that's taken place over a matter of months. Everybody is now waiting to hear the conclusion. I think it would be difficult that this carries on over the weekend, particularly in the run-up to the local elections, and anything that's a distraction for the government, I think, is something that they wouldn't want to have hanging over the weekend.
Need to get it out of the way. Yeah. Good to see you, Charlie. You can't tell me you've not made Michael Gove a few cups of tea over the years. Yeah, haven't you? You must have done.
Come on. I have made tea.
How does Gove take his tea?
I've made tea for many people, and I'll bring you to a couple of my next when I'm back here in the hour, and so you can see what you can judge my tea making abilities.
How does Mr. Gove take it, though?
I think, like me, I think with a dash of milk. Sometimes I'll have a cheeky couple of sugars just to give you that extra boost in the morning.
But no sugar for him?
I don't think so, no.
No. All right, so you better get it right. You'll end up working for him again, you never know. Charlie, thanks very much indeed. We'll see you later on.
Thank you very much.
And you can bring tea.
Lots of you getting in touch on the Raab bullying story. That report was put on Rishi Sunak's desk at 11 o'clock yesterday. Linda says, I think this is a concerted effort to get rid of an assertive boss. Chris in Portsmouth says those who work in Westminster are the problem in this country. We could do with getting rid of most of them.
Yeah, Stephanie says it's all about interpretation. What would feel like bullying to one person is just to chivvy up to somebody else. I think that can be the case, Stephanie, in sometimes. If it's, if someone actually is being a bully, like a proper bully, then you're gonna know about it.
I mean, we haven't seen the report, and that is really crucial to say, isn't it? So we don't know. But we
so
do
why
know
not?
some of the allegations, don't we? Including throwing things across the room. I mean, that's quite black and white, is it not?
I mean, why is the report? This is the question. Why the report was not put out last night? You've got to have a look at it for 8 hours, and then put it out last night. The fact that they haven't is what seems weird, really.
And how much do we read into the fact that Dominic Raab has not resigned himself? He did say if he was found to be a bully, he would resign.
And now the Telegraph's saying he'll fight to the death to keep his job.
Which might suggest to some people that it's not quite clear-cut.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. We'll have to wait and see. But let us know what you make of all of this. GBViews at gbnews.uk. Now, the cost of living crisis is hitting hard, but what does that mean in terms of our shopping?
Yeah, it's a good way of sort of pitching where we are as a country. The retail figures from the Office for National Statistics for March have just been announced in the last couple of minutes. It's thought they've fallen by very nearly 1% in March. That followed a rise of more than 1% in February. Let's talk to retail expert Jeremy Baker. Morning, Jeremy. What do you make of the figures?
Well, I think the consumer is very confused, actually. Inflation is still here. That's the problem. We keep being told inflation is going to go any minute now and then we're back to normal. But it hasn't happened. And I think the whole business sector is going to be under fire. We get the word greedflation coming in now because surely inflation has got to be solved by now, particularly food inflation, almost 20%. We're told that that's due to harvests in the Mediterranean area. But why is that affecting milk prices? It's all very, very confusing. And I think an enemy of the business sector could call for an inquiry and everything that's happened. And I think the business sector would be very vulnerable. We shouldn't have continuing inflation. That's the market economy means if prices are high, other people come in, try to jump on the bandwagon, and more suppliers lead to lower prices. That's what's supposed to happen. 20% inflation at this stage in the food market, completely wrong.
Jeremy, you're talking about the consumer being confused, and that is important, isn't it? Because the key word here is confidence and consumer confidence, and it's not what these figures suggest at all, is it?
No. At this stage, looking back at the last 3 months, things should have got better and everyone should be happier now. But we're still being confused. And the recent inflation figures showed created confusion. I think on the plus side, the retail sector has sort of survived the onslaught of online shopping. There's still lots of people going shopping. less than they used to, but we're kind of moving into a new era, someone called the urban renaissance, when the old shops are going to be closed down and new things come in. So that's a story I found particularly interesting to follow. I noticed the other day, bouldering is big in shops. You take your children, they can go climbing on walls. I noticed the cat cafe, lovely cats assisting you to have coffee. So I think the sector is in a long-term recovery, but in the short term, suffering by the confusion over continuing inflation. And I think the Bank of England's vulnerable here. Supermarkets are vulnerable. Everyone's vulnerable.
Yeah, why is it that, I mean, you said you were surprised that people were sort of piling on the prices rather than undercutting. I mean, you would expect, certainly the bigger businesses, you know, I know it may be a loss leader, but, you know, pile it high, sell it cheap. I mean, that is one way to get the economy going and one way to, you know, much smaller profit margin. But if you're selling a lot of it...
Yes. But I went to look for a new phone this week, and I was absolutely shocked to be told, well, it'd be £10 a month more because, well, you know, that's the way things are. But in new technology, you would expect prices to keep coming down. Factories in Vietnam are making these phones. Don't tell me people in Vietnam have suddenly got huge salary increases. I don't think they have. I think they're, you know, they're very hardworking, not very well paid people. And we would expect, with more technology coming in, you would expect the price to come down. That's what happens to TVs and all the other things. But it's not happening at the moment. Again, an inquiry into the inflation problem in Britain would throw up a lot of sort of guilty people, I think, as a danger.
Yeah, I think it's a very fair point. Jeremy, we've got to leave it there, but really good to talk to you this morning. Thanks very much indeed. I think that's a really valid point, that people are saying, oh, well, prices are going up, we can chuck an extra £5 on this.
Oh,
or an extra 10p or whatever it is, and just keep those prices going up.
Well, it's happening across the board. I went into the dry cleaners yesterday. I'm always telling you a story about the dry cleaners. Guess how much it is to dry clean a dress now?
I don't know.
Like this one I'm wearing now.
I don't know.
£17.50.
Ouch.
That's extortionate.
That's a lot of money.
And you have to dry clean them, these dresses. £17.50. It used to be £15, which I thought was enough, to be honest. And I said to him yesterday, that's gone up a lot. And he said, well, everything is. Everything's going up. I was like, well, how much are you just putting that up because...
I got 3 suits done for 30 quid or 29 quid the other day.
Do you want to take mine with you?
Yeah. You see?
Take them up with you.
I'll take them up with me. Oh, yeah, fine.
Great.
Get my
there you
bill
go,
on top
sorted
of it
that.
Yeah, if you're struggling with that, and if you've got any thoughts on that, I mean, I still think if someone had the kahubas to say, right, we're going to undercut everybody, and then people would go there, wouldn't they? It's like if a petrol station's selling petrol at 3p cheaper than everybody else, there's queues out the forecourt, isn't there? And they make a load more money as a result because they're selling more of it.
Yeah, a race to the bottom, what they call it, isn't it?
Not a bad thing.
But then there are some businesses that are literally not even breaking even. I mean, it is really difficult, especially if you're in the food sector. I mean, food inflation's 50-60%. Do let us know your response to that.
Yeah.
Those retail figures this morning, gbviews@gbnews.uk. Now, on the topic of bills and money, are you struggling to pay your vet's bills? Very, very expensive to have pets, isn't it? More on this next. This is Breakfast.
I joined GB News because I was sick and tired of not hearing my views being represented, not just mine, but so many people that I knew and spoke to.
I just couldn't get my voice out there. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't do anything. Whatever the narrative was, I kind of had to follow it.
GB News is there to provide a voice for those who have been ignored by the establishment media. We think different things, we've got a different style.
GB News is here to be optimistic and positive about the future.
It's real kind of dynamic and flowing, with the audience very much at the heart of it, like a big family.
Here at GB News, we talk about the things that matter to you.
Hearing the voices from right across our towns and cities, especially our towns.
All sides of the argument represented with a heavy dose of opinion.
We're on a mission here to make a difference. And the GB News family really is here for you, and whatever time of day you can watch or listen.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates.
Do you not believe in prison?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely
Right.
stunned.
I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship,
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
and no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio, and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512.
Virgin Media Channel 604.
Freesat Channel 216.
Freeview Channel 236.
And YouView, Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio.
With the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Start the day with GB News.
We catch up on all the big stories you didn't hear the night before.
And take a look at what the world's talking about this morning. That's right, Monday to Thursdays from 6 o'clock. It's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Straight after breakfast, join us, Bev Turner and Andrew Pearce. We're going to take you through till noon.
We'll be tackling the big topics of the day, including the things that the other channels just won't talk about. If it's happening here. Wake up to mornings on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
New to GB News is the Saturday 5.
Join us every Saturday from 8 p.m. as we debate the week's stories.
Right, folks, that was a spicy one, wasn't it?
With us four, plus a special guest.
Sometimes she has to stick her foot in it. Sometimes she has to say things as they are.
Sometimes I think we should keep the refugees and send the pensioners to Rwanda. Then we'd be in a much better state.
Well, Benjamin, that is...
The Saturday 5. Saturday nights from 8. Only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
I'm Mark White. As GB News Home and Security Editor, I cover those key issues that are so important to you. Our authorities, our communities doing all they can to combat violent crime. With the public services under unbearable strain, why are we still failing to control our borders? Defence, the first priority of any government, has been continually hollowed out. Can we trust our politicians to protect the armed forces? Join me, Mark White, on GB News.
7:25, this is breakfast. Good morning to you. Having a cup of tea this morning. It's National Tea Day. Anne says, I've been drinking Earl Grey for more than 30 years. I like an Earl Grey myself, actually.
Me too.
Started off with ordinary, but now I drink decaf as I like it very weak. Oh, no, see, this is where you go wrong, Anne. I dip the tea bag in and out quickly. We'll just wave it over the top? No. How'd you get any flavour? Get the flavour.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one, to be honest, Anne. But Earl Grey is lovely. I'll agree with that. This is an interesting one from Jane, who says, I'm 70 years old. I've never drunk a mug of tea.
What?
Can't keep it down.
Oh.
Funnily, my mother couldn't drink it while she was pregnant with me. How unusual is that?
Yeah, that is quite some. I mean, I wonder if it is because when you were a little fetus.
You didn't like tea.
Interestingly, on terms of fetus studies, Marmite is conducting a study on fetuses.
Yeah.
Feti.
Yeah.
Right, to see, because apparently if you're scanning, you know, these incredible scanners that they have, it's almost like a 3D image of your baby.
Mm.
And you can see how they react to flavours, you know, because obviously whatever the mother eats, you know. And apparently they're going to see if fetuses have an aversion to if they either love it or hate it.
Even in the womb.
Even in the womb.
I mean, that's a good ad campaign.
It's in one of the. It's in one of the. I think it's in the Star this morning.
So you're literally born knowing if you like Marmite or not.
Okay. Yeah. Paul in Whitechapel, medium strength, skimmed milk, no sugar. Can't do anything until I have 3 mugs first thing every morning.
Yeah, Kath says, I always make my tea in a pot. Honestly, it's the way forward. It changes the game.
Yeah.
I like it quite weak with very little milk. just so messy getting a bag and a cup and a mug, and I understand,
Yeah.
It makes it easier.
Ian, a sacrilege, Ian. Tea is best poured straight down the sink and then make yourself a good cup of coffee.
You can't be British and say tea deserves to be down the sink.
No,
And
sorry.
We'll end with some romance, shall we?
Oh.
Trish, who says, my lovely husband brings me a cup of tea on a tray every morning. Now, that is lovely. In the last week, once there was no water in the teapot, twice no milk in the jug, including this... Oh dear. So he's been slacking the last week. There's been no water in the teapot. There's been no milk in the jug, including this morning, but she can't complain.
No, it's the thought that
It's
counts.
the thought that counts.
But you definitely need the tea as well.
Yeah.
I do like a coffee, don't get me wrong, but tea, I don't...
Oh, I like both. And tea is... Do you know what I always say? Tea is like a hug from the inside.
You don't say that,
I
do you?
do say that. It is like a hug from the inside. I just find it so comforting. Coffee is like a jolt. It wakes you up. Tea is like a cuddle.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
Yeah, well, yeah, I would agree.
But you use it to jolt you in the morning. I'm on the go.
Yeah, well, I had a coffee first thing, and then...
How do you like your coffee now?
Just white.
Okay.
Skimmed milk.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Glad
It's
we
all about the
covered that,
waistline.
yep.
It's all about the waistline.
You're very harsh on yourself. Now, just about everyone is tight for cash at the moment, but does that mean that our pets should suffer? Well, apparently 51% of us are expected to go into debt when our fluffy ones need emergency care because it can be expensive.
Oh, very. Even more worrying, a quarter of us won't take our pets to the vets if we can't afford it. Let's talk to Peter Higgins, lead vet at First Vets, and joins us now. Good to see you this morning.
Good morning, Stephen. It's good to see you too. I watch the show regularly, just incidentally.
Oh, well, that's very good to know. Very good to know.
Lovely to see you.
Look, it really worries me that people won't take their pets to the... a quarter of people aren't taking their pets to the vets because they can't afford it. There's got to be a better option than that, hasn't there? I mean, you can't leave animals to suffer.
No, look, it's two answers to this. The broader answer is the veterinary profession has been all about prevention, stopping things from happening before they happen. And it's been like that now for about 20 years. So, there's an education program and talking to you guys to make people aware of the sorts of things that pet owners should be doing. So prevention is the name of the game. If you can prevent an animal from, succumbing to an illness, if you're aware of the sorts of things that poison them, for example, then that will decrease the number of people that go to the vet. And so the veterinary profession's been doing that for at least 20 years, looking at the prevention aspects of it. But if there is an issue, then we now have video consultations through organisations like I'm involved with First Vet, which is a group of vets that provide video consultations to owners so that before they go to their regular vet, they can talk to either me or one of my colleagues and find out what's going on. And that's a good service. And for example, it's usually free with most insurance policies, pet insurance policies. So that's a 21st century answer to part of the problem, to actually do a video consultation first and then see what's going on.
No, that's a really, really good tip, Peter. I mean, we're in a cost of living crisis. Just before the break there, we were talking about the latest retail figures. I mean, we're talking all the time, aren't we, about bills going up, things costing more. What are you finding at the vets now? Has the average bill for a person and their pet, has that gone up a lot here in the UK?
Well, it has, because the bills that vets pay have gone up. So you've got to remember that as opposed to the human world where you have the NHS and everything's, well, it's not really free, is it? We're all paying for it through taxes. But it looks like it's free, but you're still paying for those medical services. It's the same with vets. They have to pay for electricity, gas, staff. They have to pay for the equipment they use. For example, if a dog broke its leg, a titanium rod that goes into that leg is before you even start, it's about 200 quid. So it's all that's got to be paid for somehow. So it's the costs that are going up throughout society that are causing fees to go up. What I can tell you is that the average claim through insurance companies is about £530. So it's coming in about there. So if you just get a vaccination, well, that varies. But to go in for something that requires some sort of surgery, and remembering too that vets are exceptionally qualified. It's a minimum of 5 years, and then after that, it's the extra qualifications you get after you finish your university degree. So to do a surgery with a broken leg is not something simple. So that expertise is something that has some sort of value as well. So I think the answer is, be aware of the sorts of things that go wrong, and if you are concerned, think about what we're now calling telemedicine.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's no disrespect, because I know vets do an amazing job, and we're always popping off to the vets with something or other for the cat. But there are times even I come away and think, why is this so expensive? Even if it's just getting the boosters once a year, or getting, even just picking up the drops or whatever. I mean, it's not necessarily the vet's fault, as you say. Prices are going up, the cost of the medication's going up. But why do you think all these things are just so expensive when it comes to animals?
Well, look, it comes back to, I think the first question is about value for money. I think you've got to look at what you're getting. So, for example, when you go to get a dog or a cat or a rabbit or whatever you've got, vaccinate it. That includes a complete health check, and vets can sometimes make that look very simple. After you do 5 or 6 every single day of the week, then it looks simple to the owner. But what you're actually getting is someone with an enormous number of qualifications, but also what they're observing on your pet, you may not actually see, but they're seeing it in a few seconds. So it's about value for money, and it's about the cost that the vets are paying in the first place for some of these things. And drugs are not expensive. Laboratory tests are not expensive. Not cheap rather. Drugs are not cheap. Laboratory tests are not cheap. And so the vets have to pay for those things. They've got to pay for the drugs. They've got to pay for the laboratory tests. They've got to pay for the instruments. They've got to pay for anything else that goes on. So that's included in those bills. So it's what comes in the door in terms of cost. Has to be passed on. And again, it's the same in the human world, except we're just not used to it.
Yeah.
Peter, have you seen people at your surgery who are struggling to meet the bills to look after their pets, and are even considering potentially having to give them up because they can't afford to have that animal anymore?
Yeah, you're right, Ellie, you're right. I have seen people like that, and it's there are many payment programs you can do now where you can pay off a bill. Most vets will look at that. Unfortunately, people also get loans, which I say unfortunately because you've got to pay off that loan. But I have seen people that and I don't know anyone that has ever given up their pet. I know that happens for sure, but I personally don't know anyone that's done that. They've always said, no, we're just going to do whatever has to be done. But you can also look at options. So, you can say, well, this is the gold level treatment. If you went into, I don't know, St. Thomas's as a human, this is the gold level treatment you'd get. I mean, do the same with a dog or a cat. This is the gold level treatment for this particular problem. This is the silver level. This is the bronze. These are the benefits there. These are the problems here. What would you like to do for Fluffy? What would you like to do for Rover? And just talk about it with the owner and say, these are your options. This is not the best way, but it will still work. But these are the problems with it. So you can take that approach as well.
Well, I'll tell you what, my Timmy gets better health care than anyone else I know. He's got something wrong with him. He's in the vets that day.
How old is Timmy, Stephen?
About 15, we think. He's a rescue 15? Cat.
Oh,
yeah.
Very good. Yeah,
Good as a fiddle.
That's very good. And that's the other thing too, just incidentally, the average ages of dogs and cats have increased over the last 20 years because of things like vaccinations and worming and better healthcare and so on. And so the average ages have increased quite a lot for both dogs and cats. So, that's so a 15-year-old cat, once upon a time was quite rare. I'm now seeing 20, 21, 22-year-old cats. That was unheard of 20 years ago.
He's got a good 5 or 6 years left in him yet, let me tell you. Peter, it's really good to see you this morning. Thanks very much.
Timmy will live forever the way you look after him.
He's very, very pampered.
Yeah.
But there's something wrong with him, straight down the vets.
Yeah.
And you get an appointment. you know, they'll see it, but it does cost a lot of money.
And would you be willing to pay anything to look after Timmy?
Yeah, he's part of the family. So what wouldn't you do? What wouldn't you do?
I'm sure lots of you feel the same way. Let us know what you make of that story. It is difficult, as Peter was saying, that everything is going up at the minute, and animal bills, vet bills are very, very expensive. GBViews at gbnews.uk.
Up next, a wry smile from Elon Musk, the face of a man who's just lost £2.5 billion. This is GB News.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Dubes & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Jacob Rees-Mogg. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by Headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, Nana, stop arguing. I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment. I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different. Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, the Member of Parliament for North East Somerset and a former government minister. For years, I've walked the corridors of power in both Westminster and the City of London. We need to have the arguments, the discussions on how we make it better.
Crop failures, famine, war, suffering on a scale completely unimaginable.
We are putting the cart before the horse. As Charles I said at the scaffold, he was the true defender of liberty.
Yeah, I've completely derailed the conversation.
Join me Monday to Thursday at 8 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
GB News has its own late-night paper preview show, Headliners, where comedians take you through the next day's top news stories. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper, we've got it covered for you. Headliners, every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, on Sunday mornings from 9:30, taking the politicians to task and breaking out of SW1 to see how their decisions are affecting you across the UK. Bursting the Westminster bubble every Sunday morning, only on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain's watching.
You've probably seen politicians interviewed 1,000 times, but we do it differently. We find out who they really are, we don't shout, we chat, and hopefully we bring a bit of light, not just heat. Did you know Kate Moss?
Apparently.
Do you have a pair of jeans or a pair of jeans?
No, of course I don't. What would I do with them?
My friends are like, oh my God, what's she doing now?
Join me every Sunday at 6 for Gloria Meets, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Morning, 7:41. This is Breakfast, whether you're watching us on the TV, online, listening on the radio. Great to have you with us this morning.
Now, there's a great picture on the front of the Daily Mail this morning, and it's a look that says, I've just lost a lot of money. Again, it's Elon Musk. He's just lost £2.5 billion. It's after his rocket exploded, should we say, about 4 minutes into taking off.
Yeah, but the mission was a success.
Apparently.
Because of what they've learned from it. That's the thing. The Sun's going on Paul O'Grady. It's a big picture story. There's a picture of the sort of what would you call it, horse and carriage sort of thing, with his husband sat there with one of their dogs. And it's full. There's a big double-page spread inside of people at Paul O'Grady's funeral. So many people went to come out and mark it. Loads of dogs coming out as well.
Oh, it must have been such an amazing sight, especially for his husband, just to see the outpouring of love for Paul O'Grady. Amazing. The Guardian splashes with a very defiant-looking Dominic Raab outside number 10. The Justice Secretary's career hangs in the balance this morning as the Prime Minister decides his fate.
And who doesn't like a curry? Let's be honest, most of us love a curry. It's a national dish, isn't it? A korma, chicken korma. Can you imagine ringing up your local and saying, "Oh, can I have a table for 7 o'clock on Saturday?" And the phone's answered by the Prince of Wales, which is what happened, believe it or not. That was in Birmingham, where William delighted staff at a restaurant there because he took a customer's phone booking.
Can you imagine that, ringing up to book a curry? Hello, it's the Prince of Wales. When would you like your table? You'd be delighted.
You'd leave a tip for that, wouldn't you?
You would. And apparently they went down an absolute treat. The Prince and Princess of Wales. Birmingham loved them.
I hope they had an arm bread and an onion bhaji. I always have onion bhajis to start every time.
Me too. And is it the mango?
Or the mango dip thing.
Mm-hmm. Perfect.
Yeah. Oh, there you go, you see.
Yeah. Look, we're digressing into food again. What we like.
I know you
Classy bird, I know. Yeah. Now, we are joined by journalist and political commentator Benedict Spence and journalist and broadcaster Nabila Ramdani to go through the papers with us this morning. Round 2. Nabila, let's have a look at the Metro, shall we? And Elon, we have a problem.
Yes, indeed. I mean, some of the headlines, on this story are superb, and not least of all the Metro, which read, "Elon, we have a problem." Sorry for the terrible American accent, but it's clearly a line from the Apollo 13 mission, one of NASA's big missions meant to land on the moon, and Tom Hanks, plays in the movie, and he delivers that line. And indeed, Elon did have a very big problem indeed, because effectively he spent 2.5 billion on this rocket, which blew up after only 4 minutes being launched. Now, the phrase "to blow up money" couldn't make any more sense.
Well, yeah. But isn't it interesting? We look at it as a disaster, but in reality, it's not.
Well, it is. I mean, it's the biggest ever built.
But they got it off. It's the biggest ever built by a long way, and they got it off the ground.
Well,
that's the key.
They claim to mitigate how disastrous it was. They said
the
very fact that it launched was a success in itself. But I'm not buying this.
No, that's absolutely right. It's if you look at all the boosters now. I mean, the other SpaceX ships where they go up, and then all the booster rockets come down and land on and the main thing comes and lands on the pad. All of that was unheard of, unimaginable just a few years ago, and it took lots and lots of efforts for those boosters to come out. They were all collapsed. They blew up in contact. This is how you learn.
Yeah. Well, this is what Musk tweeted himself. He said, "Congrats, SpaceX team, on an exciting test launch of Starship. Learned a lot for the next test launch in the next few months." Now, I can't remember stuff like this happening to the Starship Enterprise, can you? I mean,
well, no.
There's nothing exciting about any of this.
That's not real, though. I hate to tell you. That's the 24th century.
I can remember it happening in Star Wars, though. It happened a lot. Things blew up. Just to balance it out. But I think...
I think he's very ambitious. I think his aim is to ultimately colonise Mars.
I think Stephen's right. It's like people telling Philip of Spain, "You're wasting a lot of money sending ships trying to find the new world." It might have cost a little bit in the short term, but long term it paid off. We are talking about, as you say, it's reusable rockets that can actually land, that can refuel if they do reach the moon or Mars, and that are going to be taking crews of between 40 and 100 people eventually. You want it to be blowing up before it gets to the stage of putting people on it. It was significantly larger than anything else we've ever tried to launch into space. It's trial and error. It's testing. I'm quite excited by it. I'm quite happy that it's not taxpayers paying for it, if nothing else. That it's one man spending his own money. If he wants to do that, fine.
I mean, it would have been nice if it had worked.
It would have been nice if it's worked, but eventually, I hope, it will work. Eventually, he'll get it right. And as I say, it didn't have people on it. That's the key thing. It wasn't. You know, we're better off blowing them up at this stage rather than when we actually have manned space missions going.
I still think it's hard to put a positive spin on it, especially when you have the ego of Elon Musk.
Oh no! For once, I disagree with you, Nabila, on that one. I do. What about, talking of cash, lots of it, 2.5 billion is nothing to the NHS, of course.
Yes, how many hours is that?
In the Times, Benedict, Labour have said money isn't the cure for the NHS.
I think that this is an important moment.
This is significant, isn't it?
Wes Streeting saying that actually reform will take precedence. He says it will do most of the heavy lifting under a Labour government. Of course, he's sticking the boot in a little bit to the Tories, saying we expect the cupboard to be bare when we get into power. We don't expect there to be any money. But he's saying that it'll have to be more to do with shifting resources to things like GPs and local care, rather than just throwing money at emergency services. He cites the King's Fund report, which says that the problem is far too much money is being thrown at the NHS into the wrong places at the last minute to try to patch up things that are already broken. He says he gave a speech to the King's Fund think tank, and he says, I'm not going to pretend that the NHS is the envy of the world anymore. I'm not going to trot out those lines because it isn't, and patients know that it isn't. And there are other stories actually on this page of the Times about doctors' pay, about nurses going on strike, and I think that sort of reflects the whole situation. These strikes haven't actually affected people as much, I think, as people were expecting, or certainly the media were expecting, and potentially not as much as the people going on strike were expecting, because a lot of people no longer anticipate the system to work as it should. They don't expect to be seen by a doctor within a certain amount of time. So that's already the case. And then you've got doctors or nurses asking for 20, 30% pay rises. I think the public attitude then does become, actually, what is this money going to pay for if it's only going to be propping up a situation that already doesn't work? So I think it is clever from Labour, and also, frankly, it's overdue that they shift the response from the NHS is being underfunded and the Tories want to privatise it to, guys, the system isn't fit for purpose anymore. We are going to have to change how we actually use it.
It is significant from Labour, isn't it, to say they're not just going to throw money at the problem anymore. This is reform, and we don't know yet what form that will take, whether it's root and branch or whether it's obviously going to take a very long time. But the point is, it probably does need to happen under a Labour government, doesn't it?
It needs,
because the polls suggest the Conservatives just aren't trusted.
They aren't trusted. And, you can just take a look at the state of the NHS to see why they aren't trusted. But it shows a maturity. It's Wes Streeting taking the lead on this. Keir Starmer being very. He is good at this, actually. He knows his own weaknesses, and he knows he has to portray a government in waiting rather than just a Prime Minister in waiting. So actually, that's key, I think, here.
We've got to leave it there, sadly. Benedict, Nabila, thank you both very much indeed. We'll see you in the next hour. Now, also today, the Foreign Secretary has cut short his Pacific tour to respond to the worsening situation in Sudan. James Cleverly will no longer visit Samoa. Now in New Zealand, coordinating Britain's response. International powers have been struggling to evacuate their citizens from Sudan because of fighting in Khartoum. More than 43,000 people died whilst waiting for an ambulance to arrive last year. The figures were obtained by the Lib Dems in a Freedom of Information request. They've described it as truly shocking, but the government says it's misleading to imply a link between deaths and ambulance waiting times. Now it's time to get the very latest from the world of showbiz. Stephanie Tetchy is here. Good morning. And actually, I thought this morning we were going to start off with something which is really worrying. Things have improved slightly, haven't they, for Dame Edna, Barry Humphries?
Oh, I'm so glad things have improved, because it was really touch and go. And, when you have these situations when a celebrity's in hospital, there's, conflicting reports that are coming out. And last night there was a weird report that came out that he was unresponsive in hospital in Sydney. So he's been there for the past couple of weeks because he had hip surgery in February, and he's been suffering from complication post-surgery. But now the hospital where he's staying at, St Vincent in Sydney, have come out and said he's fine, he's doing well. He's actually joking around with nurses, and he's fine. He's 89, so you can imagine if you need to go to hospital, it's going to take a longer time for you to recover and for you to be back on your feet. But he's making quite a lot of jokes. He says his name is now Bionic Bazza because he's had to have the hip replacement and stuff. But he is doing well. He's surrounded by his family, his children as well. So I think he'll be back on his feet soon.
It's a relief because, I mean, he is, or rather Dame Edna.
Yes,
I mean, I was going to say a national treasure, an international treasure.
And he hasn't stopped performing. You know, he's 89 years old. He was just on tour last year. And to be honest, I think once he's recovered, the plan is to keep on touring. And I like that because I think that's what actually keeps people healthy, it keeps people fit, doing what they do best.
Yeah.
And fans all around the world.
Oh, my gosh,
Dame
definitely.
Edna well.
And he's thanked fans for their support because I think it means a lot to know that you are loved by the public, even if it is something minor you are going through in hospital. But I'm glad they've came out and denied these reports.
Oh, it is a relief. Have you ever seen Dame Edna?
No, only on TV.
Goodness.
I want that lilac wig.
Oh, I saw Dame Edna at the Royal Albert Hall.
Yeah.
Did you?
And I have to say, it was about 10 years ago, something like that. It was one of the funniest nights of my life.
I just don't know how he stays in character so meticulously. It's just, I love it. He's funny.
Just absolutely phenomenal. How he does it. And it's then when you start YouTubing, because you just think, well, over here, he's huge over here, huge in Australia, huge in the United States.
All over. It's just that one-off character. That character, I think, is like you've never seen anything like it on TV. And it's been... I remember, like, when I was about 5 years old, seeing Dame Edna on TV, and the fact that he's managed to sustain it all this while is incredible.
Yeah.
He probably feels like he's both people, right?
Yeah.
He is.
Switching it on and off, which is amazing. It's a talent. It's a talent. And these kind of characters you don't get often.
No, you don't. Incredible... lady.
Yeah.
Dame Edna.
I still want that lilac wig.
Yeah. I don't know what Barry's like, but Dame Edna's absolutely fantastic. Stephanie, thank you very much. Did you drink tea, darling?
Oh, I'm a herbal girl.
Oh, are you?
So, yeah, I don't drink normal tea because it makes me feel a bit,
You don't like
but herbal tea, but lemongrass, green tea, peppermint, yeah, I'm all about those.
Go. It's the tannins that can make you feel a bit... If you haven't eaten anything, they can make you feel a bit sick. But anyway, it's National Tea Day. Let us know how you have your tea. We're going through more on that a little bit later on. Up next, though, is our Deputy Prime Minister a bully or not? The Prime Minister won't tell us. Well, not yet, at least. This is GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's a cold but bright start in the north once again, a touch of frost for Scotland. However, that's where the sunniest skies will remain. Cloudier with some showers for England and Wales, and that's because the influence of high pressure is starting to move away. It's pushing to the north, allowing this weather feature, an occluded front, to move in across England and Wales. And that marks a change to cloudier, more unsettled weather over the next few days. Some persistent wet weather moving through the Midlands and the southeast of England during the morning. That reaches Wales later in the morning, as well as the southwest, whilst heavy showers replace the rain across the Midlands, East Anglia and the southeast by the afternoon. Some heavy downpours, but some sunshine in between. However, it will feel cooler because of the additional clouds, so 11 to 13 Celsius for England and Wales. But for Scotland and Northern Ireland, we keep the lion's share of sunny skies, and as a result, it's going to be another warm one for northwest Scotland, 18 to 19 Celsius here. Much cooler on the North Sea coast of Scotland, and we'll see some of this mistiness remain for the Northern Isles and the north of the mainland. That will push a bit further inland, actually, overnight. Whilst elsewhere across the UK, we will see some mist and fog patches forming across southern counties of England. In between, an area of cloud and outbreaks of rain reaching northern England, southern Scotland and Northern Ireland by the start of the weekend. And most places frost-free once again, but for some central parts of Scotland under clear skies, there will be a touch of frost as we begin Saturday. And then on Saturday itself, some persistent rain sets in across Northern Ireland, parts of northern England and southern Scotland. A damp day to come here. Showers pushing in across the Midlands and then later northern England and North Wales, and some more persistent wet weather into the southwest by the end of the afternoon with a brisk breeze. A lot of cloud around, but we keep the sunny skies for the north of Scotland away from the coast where it will stay misty. And then Sunday brings a real mixed bag of weather with a mixture of rain or showers, some cloudier, but also some sunnier weather at times and feeling much cooler.
First and foremost, I am a GB News fan, and I was before I was working here. Just love the fact that we're asking the questions that a lot of establishment media won't ask.
With a bit of a twist, we not only want to inform you, but we want to keep you entertained.
It's worth the drive because you get in and the team's all ready and waiting, they're itching to go, and it's a proper little family.
GB News is the people's channel.
It's the audience that makes the programme sing.
We're giving our viewers and our listeners a voice. I see the thousands of your letters, tweets, emails, you name it, coming in.
Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it?
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you.
It's time for something different. It's time for GB News. I'm very patriotic. I believe in Britain. Our best days lie ahead.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Join us here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Here on GB News Live, we'll be keeping you in the picture, finding out what's happening across the country and finding out why it matters to you. We'll have the facts fast with our team of reporters and specialist correspondents. Wherever it's happening, we'll be there from 12 noon on TV, radio and online. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Here on GB News, we're starting the conversation and having the debate that the establishment won't have.
No one will be cancelled.
Join me at 4 p.m. every Saturday and Sunday. We'll be discussing all the big topics of the weekend.
Oh, get cracking!
Always honest, always fun. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Co.
You're an inspiration to us all.
Click that bit up.
Well, you are.
That's my ringtone. My political ambitions are, those days are gone, I can tell you. She's only teasing. Go on. He's probably going to want to lay down now. I'll give him 2 minutes to have one. Let's respectfully disagree. That's what we like on Jubes and Co. Come and join us. GB News, the People's Channel.
Michelle Dewberry, weekday evenings at 6 o'clock.
I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m.
What's the scoop?
I'll be joined by 2 of the country's top comedians.
That's right.
As we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight.
We're going to get into trouble.
If it's a big story, we'll be covering it.
Spill some tea on him.
There we go.
But we'll also have some fun.
I wouldn't stick up a bank.
My father didn't love me.
So anyway.
Headliners every night from 11 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We've got a brand new lineup every Saturday night on GB News.
From 6 p.m, I'll give you my unique take on the world today. Then at 7, it's me, Calvin Robinson, with my Common Sense Crusade.
New to GB News is the Saturday 5.
5 times the opinion. Join us every Saturday from 8 p.m. as we debate the week's stories.
With us 4, plus a special guest.
And at 9, of course, it's Mark Dolan Tonight. Brand new Saturday nights on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good morning. It's 8 o'clock on Friday, the 21st of April. Today, just how long does it take to read a report? Well, the PM now knows if Dominic Raab is a bully. He just won't tell us yet.
Good news, possums. Dame Edna is stable and responsive in hospital after her alter ego, Barry Humphries, was unconscious in hospital last night. Extinction Rebellion has warned ministers it will step up its campaigns in new and inventive ways if their demands are not met. But what could happen next? And how do you tell if you're really following your favourite celebrity? Now that Twitter started removing legacy blue ticks from verified accounts following the introduction of subscription. Have you lost your blue tick? I have.
I didn't have one. I'm Stephen Dixon.
I'm Ellie Costello, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
Happy National Tea Day to you. Plenty of people in the government
Cheers.
going to need a cup of tea to get them going this morning, I should think. But how do you do it? It's a British obsession. Considering tea isn't British, of course.
Yeah.
Indian, isn't it? I mean, that's where it all sort of came from originally. But we're just obsessed with tea in this country.
Look at all our views. Got loads.
Honestly, it's unbelievable what you like to do. Aussie Beth, now she is in Australia, and she's not called Beth, actually. I've forgotten your real name, but she was Aussie Beth. Teapot, no tea bags, water before milk always. Now, this is one. Never boil the water twice before using it in the pot. Why not? I'm also fussy about my tea. It has to be in a china cup, never a mug. It is actually nicer in a proper cup. Though I always just have it in a mug, but it just tastes nicer.
It's the thing, though, china cup, I think it tastes nicer. My mother will not drink anything unless it's in china.
Oh, she's right. Fancy your mother.
She is, well, not really, but she does like her china. Leslie says...
She might be watching.
She probably is, actually. Love you, Mum. Leslie says, Earl Grey tea for me, please. Gentle, calming and sophisticated.
Oh, you see, I'm with you on that one.
That
Earl
is-
Grey, hot. Lovely.
I'm black, actually, Earl Grey.
Oh, no, I always like milk. Skimmed milk, though. See, I don't like anything other than skimmed milk now.
No, but I think that's because you're nasty to yourself and you're always being on a diet.
No, but it's just like anything that tastes a bit creamy, I don't like it.
Really?
I don't like it in coffee, I just don't like it. Kim, morning, Kim. I have 3 half-pint mugs from a pot to start the morning. Then the kettle's on all day. Good, strong Yorkshire tea. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it. A few of you getting in touch on vets bills. They're going up, as is everything at the moment. Steve says, I took my cat to the vet for an antibiotic injection last week. Guess how much it was?
I would guess £96.50.
Ah, well, you just
I've
read
just read
that.
it.
It's extortionate, isn't it?
Doesn't surprise me at all. Don't worry.
No.
I'm not convinced. Rosie says if people can't afford to take their pet to a vet, then they can't afford the insurance. Plus, vets now over-vet in many cases. Oh, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that... I mean, maybe you're right, but I've never experienced that. See, I can't get insurance for Timmy.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Because he's a rescue cat. I got him when he was about 4, and the RSPCA didn't have records for him, so I couldn't get insurance.
Which I didn't know was the case.
You would have thought you could just insure them from there on in, but they wouldn't do it. Well-known insurance pet company.
But I imagine many people who get rescue cats and dogs wouldn't know that.
No,
and you're
maybe
looking
not.
at expensive vet bills, really.
But if you've got records, you'd be all right.
Yeah.
It's just if they've kept records or had access to records. But it's worth knowing. But I wouldn't change a thing. I mean,
He'd pay anything for his little Timmy.
I would.
Yeah.
I would.
Let us know what you make of that, whether that's vets bills, whether it's how you like your tea. Oh, send in pictures of your tea, please, as well. I've got to say this so far today.
Colour.
The perfect colour, please, because we do have a colour, what would you call it?
Chart.
Chart that we've been showing this morning, which we'll show you now. We would like to see your teas in relation to this chart. Where would you place yourself on a scale of 1 to 8? If you're listening on the radio, 1 is black tea, 8 looks like water, milky water, and then you can imagine what the rest looks like on a scale. What is the perfect colour for you, and what do you have with your tea? I like tea and toast. Lots of people like certain type of bickies with their tea.
Oh, yeah, dunk a custard cream in a cup of tea. That's heaven.
Oh, I like a custard cream as well.
Oh, yeah.
Or a chocolate digestive.
Oh.
Or an oaty one.
Food again, behave
I know,
yourself.
sorry, but yeah, pictures would be good as well. And we haven't asked for those yet, so pictures of the best tea colour, please. gbnews@gbnews.uk. Now, there are certain people in government today who might need a cup of tea.
Yes, I
Isn't that
think
right?
so. The Deputy Prime Minister could probably do with one this morning.
And a sit down.
Because we're going to find out, hopefully today, if he is a bully. Well, there is concerns, though, because nothing's been said as yet. The report was delivered to the Prime Minister yesterday. Is the Prime Minister whitewashing the whole thing? They are key questions hanging over government this morning.
As we say, Rishi Sunak was given that report into Dominic Raab yesterday, we believe about 11 o'clock in the morning, but he still hasn't released the findings. Labour says that if Dominic Raab is a bully, the Prime Minister should just sack him.
Here's Shadow Attorney General Emily Thornberry.
I think if he's got this report, he should just read it, and if the man's a bully, then Dominic Raab should go. It's really quite simple. There are many more pressing issues than this. Whilst the Conservative Party continue to be in chaos, the public have completely different priorities. Actually, what we should be doing is we should be having politicians who are focused on the cost of living crisis, on why it is that wages are stagnating, why we're having to wait for months, if not years, for hospital treatment. This shouldn't be what politics is about. Politics should be about making people's lives better.
But don't worry,
Well,
you've got
here we
more
go.
important things to do.
As you can see, we've got studio guests. David Mellor is telling us about his tea, strong and white. Nothing wrong with that. So David Mellor is here, along with former special advisor to Michael Gove, Charlie Rowley. Good to see you both this morning. Charlie, as someone who has advised many a good folk, what do you make of all of it? I mean, the big question here for me is not whether or not he's a bully, but why this report hasn't been released.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I think my understanding is that it will be released in full. I think the Prime Minister will have to consider it and will want to consider it in full and take as much time as he feels is necessary to make sure that he's read every word, to make sure that he comes to the right conclusion of whether or not he retains a Deputy Prime Minister.
Doesn't the report have conclusions to it? I mean, most reports do.
I think the report will...
Because, I mean, if you spent 5 months writing a report and at the end of it it doesn't say whether it's a bully or not, you'd want your money back.
You might, but I think ultimately the ultimate arbiter of the ministerial code and decisions on whether ministers have behaved themselves appropriately lies with the Prime Minister. So there'll be very, very strong advice, I'm sure, within the report that will set out the facts of each case. As we said earlier on, there are 8 incidences involving 24 people going back to 2016 when, there was a lot of pressure within the civil service, I think, because you had Brexit that had just been voted by the British people. There was difference of opinion on how that could be achieved and should be achieved. Dominic Raab, as the Brexit Secretary, was obviously very clear that he wanted to deliver Brexit, which sometimes was resisted by the civil service. So we'll have to see how those incidences stack up on a case-by-case basis. But as I say, the Prime Minister will want to look at all of those incidences and come to a conclusion as soon as possible.
But David Mellor, surely this isn't very complicated. I mean, this report will simply say, yes, there was bullying, or no, there was not. And Rishi Sunak just needs to make a decision based on that, no?
Well, I agree with you entirely. I think this is the farce, the longest-running farce in the West End. And it's bad for the government, bad for Rishi Sunak. What I don't understand is, given the sheer scale of the complaints, why Raab doesn't understand that it would be in his best interest, but even if he doesn't care about anything other than himself, be in the government's best interest to get out of the way. I don't know what's so special about Dominic Raab to mean that, he's indispensable to the government. I think there is a danger for Rishi Sunak as people try and work out what manner of man he is, whether he's tough enough to be able to deal with the business of government. One thing I do know, I spent 11 years in government, 9 years under Mrs. Thatcher. She would have sent Bernard Ingham, her wolfman, round, and I'd have been out the door. And the question, therefore, is what is the objective in saving Raab when he will be tainted forever because of all of this? The sheer scale of it is just too much.
Charlie, there you go. What's the objective of all of this?
Well, it's ultimately about fairness. Yes, perception in politics matters, and this is a story that David's absolutely right. It's been running on for far too long, and everybody wants to see it come to a swift conclusion. But the Prime Minister is someone that wants to ensure that proper process is taking place, that there is fairness within the system. And as I say, these are a number of complaints that date back some time now that do need to be looked into.
But they have been looked into. I mean, that's what they have been looked into by this report, haven't they?
Yes, exactly. And so when we get the conclusions of the report, we'll know whether or not there were particular instances whereby Dominic Raab has overreached, whether he just needs to apologise to those staff, or whether he's done something so terribly wrong that he has to go.
But it's the persistence of it, you see. The fact he's a recidivist. It happens all too often. But the other problem really is that the government cannot afford to appear to be populated by people who don't listen to reason. Look, in my 11 years as a minister, I'm not saying I was the best minister since ministers were invented, I never fell out with civil servants. I don't know anybody in Thatcher's government at that time, which was a pretty topsy-turvy one, where the civil servant says, we can't stand working with that man. Now, it may be civil servants have got more precious 30 years after my experiences, or it could just be that he has behaved outrageously. But, a spell on the back benches for him would be no bad thing. He can then come back, wear his most apologetic manner, say he's learnt from his mistakes and come back. But he can't carry on like this. This is really damaging to the government.
I don't want to sound like a bully, Charlie. So But you said, you know, that these things need to be looked into. Well, they have been in the report. You know, conclusions need to be drawn, and then we'll see what those conclusions are. But the conclusions have been drawn, and the Prime Minister has seen what they are. So therefore, one way or another, why hasn't he acted?
Well, the report landed only yesterday, and you know, we don't know how lengthy it is. How much time the Prime Minister has had during the course of yesterday to read it over the course of last night and into today. Well, he'd want to come to a conclusion as swiftly as possible, so you would have thought it'd be up there. But I think what Rishi will want to make sure is that, you know, there is an issue of fairness. We don't do things by hearsay. We don't do things by media. And yes, there has been a lot of speculation. There's been a lot of comments in the media about his behaviour and he did this or he might have thrown that. Now, he disputes all of that, which is why it's absolutely right in a professional organisation to make sure that any complaints are taken seriously, that they're looked into, that there is a conclusion, and that the Prime Minister acts fairly, both for Dominic Raab, that has had to have a lot of media attention about this, but also the complainant. So it's making sure that there is an element of fairness when it comes to these decisions.
Raab it was astonishing he survived that incident where he seemed to prefer to be on holiday than be Foreign Secretary. And, you know, I just don't understand how much longer they can allow Raab to call the tunes here. This is about the credibility of the government. You cannot set up an inquiry. And then, mind you, it slightly depends what the inquiry says, but if you read The Guardian, the inquiry talks about, quotes, searing, unquotes, conclusions. If there's any conclusions that are remotely searing, it really is an indictment of Rishi that he allows himself to cling on. Look, Raab is desperate to stay on. What else is he going to do in his life?
But isn't he right? So sorry, Ellie, but isn't he right then, the Prime Minister, to take his time and analyse all this?
Politics, you don't have time. Look, at the end of the day, this is not about Raab. This is about the credibility of the government, but it's above all about the credibility of Rishi Sunak. All I can tell you is, in my 11 years in government, particularly those 9 years under Mrs. Thatcher, she'd have just got rid of the person and she'd have said, I'll bring you back if, you know.
Yeah.
But you can't just hang around like he is, like the skeleton at the feast.
But it's difficult, especially when Rishi Sunak has promised a cabinet of integrity, isn't it? How much, Charlie, should we read into the fact that Dominic Raab has not resigned yesterday after this report? We understand he has seen it, because he has previously said if he's found to be a bully, he would resign. That hasn't happened yet. That may suggest that this report is not clear-cut, and perhaps that's why there's been a delay on Rishi Sunak's side.
I think that's a perfectly fair assessment to make, potentially. And I think the longer it goes on, the longer that Dominic Raab stays, I think there is more of a case that he believes, and as you say, that the report isn't as conclusive, that he is a bully or that he has broken the ministerial code. Which is why it's absolutely right that I don't think you should just jump ship and walk away when the going gets tough. You've got to do these things properly. And it does take time. And David's absolutely right. Sometimes you don't have time in politics. But if you are someone that is... yes, there are a number of allegations, but again, we don't do trial by media or by hearsay. These allegations do need to be looked into. And I think if it is the case that, yes, officials might be slightly upset because you've got somebody that is demanding overly high standards, when they're the Foreign Secretary, Brexit Secretary,
but it's
Deputy
being rude
Prime Minister...
and abusive and reducing people to tears. That's what you can't have. But look, can I just say, I don't understand Dominic Raab, OK? I don't understand what he brings to the party. So help me out here. What does Dominic Raab bring to the party that no one else could, that makes it worth sacrificing all the political goodwill in order to keep him in place? What is it?
Well, first of all, nobody should be able to turn up to work and feel as though that they can't work for their boss or that they should be reduced to tears. Now, those are examples where it may just be that there was particular pressure at that time and, you know, apologies must be issued, and Dominic might need to reflect on some of the behaviour if that is concluded in the report. Does that amount to losing your job as Deputy Prime Minister, I think is something that needs to be seen. I would probably argue that you don't lose your job just because perhaps you've had a particular troubling day and a trying day and somebody has been upset. If you can make amends, obviously, with your staff and apologise, that might be enough.
But we could go on for hours, because, you know, the real question is, why is he Deputy Prime Minister anyway?
Well, I think
he was made Deputy Prime Minister. No, he didn't have any experience.
Well, he's spent the best part of the last 5 years in Cabinet.
Yeah, but that wouldn't make him a Deputy Prime Minister.
Go on then, Charlie.
Well, I mean, I know Dom, not personally or overly well. And what I've seen of him, he's been a brilliant minister for the government. He's been able to, as I say, hold a number of positions as Brexit Secretary to really try and deliver on what the British people voted for as Foreign Secretary. Yes, there was a bit of an issue just being on holiday when the going got a bit tough in Afghanistan. But by and large, he's been someone that has been committed to the party, that has delivered on the priorities that the government, the Conservative government, has been putting forward, and is a key asset to the government. So
but if you walk down the street and Art mentioned his name, they wouldn't know who you're talking about. You know, this is a within the Beltway, it's a within Whitehall issue. If he went this afternoon, the world will continue on its axis and no one will notice anything. But they will notice if he stays.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's an interesting point. GBviews at gbnews.uk. Another problem for the Prime Minister, though, is the Rwanda issue in all of this. Now, should we be able to deport people to Rwanda if we want to? The government, so we're told, David, is trying to sort of work out how they can ignore the European Court of Human Rights on this. Is this something they can move forward on?
Well, first of all, I think it's crazy to want to move them to Rwanda. What they should have done, of course, is to create a law where effectively the lawyers and British courts are not allowed to intervene when somebody turns up uninvited on a beach and expects then to invoke rights that they shouldn't have in order to be able to stay. But, you know, what I find very curious, when I was a Home Office Minister, I became obsessed with the European Court of Human Rights. I hated it. I even went there. I used to argue that because they have no mandatory power, and this is why I thought former Lord Justice Thomas talking as if it was a court. It's not. It's not a court that has binding powers over the British court. And you'd have thought he, as someone...
You get the impression it does.
No. It absolutely doesn't. And there's a lot of confusion. At the end of the day, who is to decide whether or not someone should come to this country? I think the government are entitled to make that decision. If the government has to be supervised by somebody, they should be supervised by British judges, you know, not by... I mean, of course, it's not so bad as it used to be. In the good old days, as I think of the past, the sort of people that were on the European Court of Human Rights were ex-apparatchiks from communist regimes. And the idea that these people were fit and qualified to make legal judgments binding on the British people. But I think one of the worrying things, and I'm sorry to say this, this government has never produced anybody who can speak with authority on these legal issues. And I believe, based on the work that I did, if you stand up and you say the European Court of Human Rights does not have any power over the British legal system, I believe I would be right.
So if they haven't got any power, Charlie, why is the government getting so het up in this? Why is it proving such an obstacle?
Well, I think largely what David said was absolutely right. I think it's the case of not wanting to go against what is perceived or otherwise to be international law. If you are the United Kingdom, you are someone that upholds the rule of law. And what the European Court of Human Rights has been able to do is issue what is known as a Section 39 order, which has in the past, whatever your views on Rwanda and whatever your views on how you deal with migration in this country or illegal immigration in this country, when there have been occasions where the Home Secretary has wanted to deport people that do not have the right to be in this country, where you've seen planes on the tarmac, but they've not been able to take off because of the intervention of the European Court of Human Rights. That is the dispute here. The proposals that are, we assume are going to be put forward next week as part of the amendment to the immigration bill is to make sure that that it is British law and it is British judges that have the final say as to whether those planes can take off and whether you can deport people or not.
OK, we end on a bit of agreement.
Oh, there's no... He and I are, we are cuddled up in our agreements.
Did he make you a cup of tea?
It's all the other people we're talking about who don't agree about anything.
Did he make you a cup of tea, David?
He didn't.
No, you see, that's shocking.
I'm not properly looked after.
You're not.
But don't worry. But I would never complain.
Go have a cuddle and a tea now.
I'm not the complaining sort. Yes, are you available for a cuddle and a tea?
There you go.
Well, I'll make you the tea. I'll come back to you on the cuddle.
Charlie, David, thank you very much indeed.
Oh, dear. Now, our very own Aidan is up next with all of the latest sports news. This is GB News.
I joined GB News because I was sick and tired of not hearing my views being represented, not just mine, but so many people that I knew and spoke to.
I just couldn't get my voice out there. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't do anything. Whatever the narrative was, I kind of had to follow it.
GB News is there to provide a voice for those who have been ignored by the establishment media. We think different things, we've got a different style.
GB News is here to be optimistic and positive about the future.
It's real kind of dynamic and flowing, with the audience very much at the heart of it, like a big family.
Here at GB News, we talk about the things that matter to you.
Hearing the voices from right across our towns and cities, especially our towns.
All sides of the argument represented with a heavy dose of opinion.
We're on a mission here to make a difference. And the GB News family really is here for you, and whatever time of day you can watch or listen.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates.
Do you not believe in prisons? I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned. I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512.
Virgin Media Channel 604.
Freesat Channel 216.
Freeview Channel 236.
And YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio.
With the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Start the day with GB News.
We catch up on all the big stories you didn't hear the night before.
And take a look at what the world's talking about this morning. That's right, Monday to Thursdays from 6 o'clock. It's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Straight after breakfast, join us, Bev Turner and Andrew Pearce. We're going to take you through till noon.
We'll be tackling the big topics of the day, including the things that the other channels just won't talk about. If it's happening here. Wake up to mornings on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
New to GB News is the Saturday 5.
Join us every Saturday from 8 p.m. as we debate the week's stories.
Right, folks, that was a spicy one, wasn't it?
With us four, plus a special guest.
Sometimes she has to stick her foot in it. Sometimes she has to say things as they are.
Sometimes I think we should keep the refugees and send the pensioners to Rwanda. Then we'd be in a much better state.
Well, Benjamin,
The Saturday 5. Saturday nights from 8. Only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
I'm Mark White. As GB News Home and Security Editor, I cover those key issues that are so important to you. Our authorities, our communities doing all they can to combat violent crime. With the public services under unbearable strain, why are we still failing to control our borders? Defence, the first priority of any government, has been continually hollowed out. Can we trust our politicians to protect the armed forces? Join me, Mark White, on GB News.
Welcome back. You're watching Breakfast with Stephen and Ellie. The time has just gone 8:24 and we're going through the sports news now with Aidan McGee, who's here with us in the studio. How are you, Aidan?
I'm not bad, thank you. I'm interested in your tea debate, actually.
Yeah, we.
Oh, you like tea, don't you?
I do. I love tea. I used to have tea in a bottle when I was a baby.
What?
Yeah, I had tea in a
Is that
bottle.
legal?
I think so. Yeah. Well, it was in 1977.
Very Irish, I think.
Is it?
Yeah, your parents are Irish.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Yeah, well, there you go. I'm on the
Yeah,
money.
exactly. But no, I bought a teapot the other week. But I can't achieve that thin, that really watery, crisp tea sort of effect that you can get in.
Wrong tea.
Yeah, probably. I use Yorkshire Gold and Twinings, but obviously not good enough. They're blends, aren't they? As you said.
Because they're blends. Yeah,
Yeah.
You need pure tea.
I know. Yeah.
But the pot is helping. Have you tried the pot yet?
I have, yeah, but it's I live on my own, so when you make a pot of tea, I just feel like I'm wasting quite a lot of it, you know.
Yeah.
Unless you keep it on a stove, which my nan used to do.
Oh, the little stew.
She used to love it like that.
You can't have that. Well, should we talk about some sport?
They're in a stew, Man United.
Yeah, they're in a stew. End of the line for some of them.
Yeah, without doubt. I mean, I think back to... I always remember 2001, Man United were about to win the third of 3 Premier League titles in a row. Roy Keane said after defeating Bayern Munich, I think this is the end of the road for some of these players. It felt like that 22 years later, and they're not achieving anything like what they were doing back in 2001, by the way. That was the standard they were achieving back then. But they had injuries last night. Two centre-backs, Lisandro Martinez and Rafael Varane, were both out injured. Marcus Rashford was thrown on at half-time, half fit. That was the desperation the desperate situation they found themselves in. Bruno Fernandes was suspended as well. That didn't help. Harry Maguire came in alongside Victor Lindelof. He made a crucial mistake for the first goal. David De Gea in goal as well, didn't cover himself in glory. I just wonder where those three players go, particularly Maguire. Maguire is an established England international, but everything he touches at the moment in a Man United shirt, he doesn't get that many games anymore because his form has been that bad and the manager clearly doesn't rate him. But 2 months away now from the next England game, I wonder if Gareth Southgate has a decision to make, because he was absolutely ponderous last night. Dreadful mistake. David De Gea is one of those goalkeepers. He's been there 11 years. He's got the most clean sheets this season, so he's a very capable goalkeeper, as his manager, Erik ten Hag, remarked last night. But he just can't play out from the back, and that's what his manager wants to do. He's not very good with his feet. Goalkeepers need to be footballers now, not just shot stoppers. And it's a real struggle. So the damage was done last week. Maguire scored an own goal, of course. We discussed it, didn't we? Late on, they were 2-0 up. And then they lose 3-0 last night against the side. They go away from home, big atmosphere. And Paul Scholes said afterwards, these players just can't cope with that. And when you're a Man United player, that just doesn't wash, Stephen.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Mind you, better news for Declan Rice. West Ham,
yeah.
Has he got goal of the season, do we think?
Well, possibly. It was a solo goal. I mean, he could become the first winner of a trophy for West Ham since Billy Bonds and Bobby Moore. They're the previous two to do it. It's real stellar names there. So it was a solo goal. They've lost, it's meant to be a crisis at West Ham. They've now lost one game in the last 8. I wouldn't mind that kind of crisis at Queen's Park Rangers, I have to say. No, but yeah, they're through to the semi-final now of the Europa Conference League. That's the second season of that incarnation of that competition. They beat the Belgian side Ghent, at the London Stadium by 4-1. And yeah, they've got a league match this weekend. If they can pull away from relegation, I think West Ham are not in bad shape, actually, contrary to the many opinions. They've had a difficult few months. They've had a few injuries. Obviously, their chairman, David Gold, passed away back in January. That had an effect on them as well, because he was still involved in the day-to-day running of the club. But yeah, good night for them.
Yeah. Should we look ahead to tonight then and the action? Arsenal versus Southampton.
Yeah, so that's at the Emirates at 8 o'clock. Now, they can go 7 points clear, Ellie, with a win. It's not as simple as that. It doesn't sound as commanding a lead over Manchester City as it sounds, because City will have 2 games in hand. That's if they win. Southampton at the bottom of the table, looking for all the world as if they're going back down to the Championship for the first time in 11 years. But a huge opportunity for them. They've had a lot of criticism in the last couple of games because they went away from home to Liverpool and West Ham and threw away 2-goal leads and surrendered to a 2-2 scoreline. But, they're 2 tough trips. West Ham were fighting for their lives. Liverpool's a tough trip at the worst and the best of times. So they said that in the run-in, this is when it separates, the men from the boys. And, Arsenal have had 2 big tests, and they've got 7 games left, and this is where they really do it, with the pressure bears down. And then but they're hoping that with City having a higher schedule, because they're still in the Champions League, they've got an FA Cup semi-final to come next week as well. They might just be bogged down by the number of games.
I tell you what, there seems to be more movement off the pitch than on it at the minute, in terms of managerial stuff.
Well, Chelsea are looking for somebody. I don't think Frank Lampard is convinced in his 3 games in charge so far. In fact, they've lost all 3. He had a wretched time at Everton earlier in the season as well, so his stock isn't particularly high. He was always going to be a stopgap. Although, when someone goes in, look at Roy Hodgson, he's meant to be a stopgap. But if he keeps winning games, it's going to be very difficult. It's going to be very difficult for them to remove him. But Mauricio Pochettino is the latest name, the ex-Tottenham manager to be linked with Chelsea. Apparently, according to reports, he's having talks with them in the last couple of days. I could probably see him there. I don't think they've got a lot of options at the moment. There aren't that many managerial options out there who necessarily want to work in that environment at Chelsea. The new owner seems like a kid in a sweet shop, as you mentioned last week, and he seems very, very hands-on. And he's been in the dressing room talking to players, criticising them after games, and that's not really the done thing in football. I mean, there's a lot of nonsensical kind of customs in football. That was one that I would probably agree with. I think if you hire football people and pay big amounts of money for them to do your job, you're probably best off not going in the dressing room afterwards and venting your spleen.
Well, maybe not, but he's the man.
Well, this is it. He's paid out £600 million on players. So there's an argument for that, but I just think it's counterproductive. You're undermining the manager. If you know the manager's not going to be there for that much longer, I suppose it's less of a risk undermining him, because I guess that he's not going to be there for much longer. But Chelsea are in a real bad situation. Tottenham are apparently exploring interest in the Sporting Lisbon head coach Ruben Amorim as well. He's the Sporting Lisbon, the fourth in the table in Portugal. Not had a bad season. And we'll see who goes in there, because, again, they've said that there's no preferred candidate at the moment. Christian Stellini's in charge. They've got a battle on their hands, Tottenham, to qualify for the top four, but they're going to have to make a decision in the summer, I would think.
It's all change at Tottenham, isn't it? Should we have a quick word on the boxing?
Yeah, Conor Benn, so disappointing for boxing, really. It's had a wretched year in terms of all the things that have happened. We've seen the big fights not going ahead that the fans want to see. But, yeah, Conor Benn, it was confirmed yesterday by UK Anti-Doping that he was charged on April the 3rd with a further doping offence. Remember, last October, the fight against his big rival, his nemesis, Chris Eubank Jr., didn't go ahead because he tested positive for clemifene, I think it was. And that was because he explained that away by saying he ate too many eggs. And so...
Isn't that a pregnancy drug or something?
Yes, it is, yeah. Yeah, I ate too many Easter eggs, but that was just slightly different.
Yeah. You
slightly different.
look pregnant.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks very much indeed, yeah. Yeah, but no, I don't know where he goes. I don't know where he goes with his career now. I mean, he's free, technically, to fight outside of in events not sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. So he could do that, but who's going to want to fight him under those conditions? Because you're almost like legitimising or going up against someone who's been taking drugs or proven to be testing positive anyway, and that brings danger in itself. You're going up against a boxer who's taking performance-enhancing drugs or allegedly performance-enhancing drugs. He has tested positive, so we can say that. Yeah. You're putting yourself at danger by being his opponent, aren't you?
Yeah.
Is this the end of his career then, do you think?
I just don't see where he goes from here. I mean, he's discredited, I would say, from now. He's been trying to kind of, rinse his reputation in recent months and try and recover from that fight, but I don't recall in the recent times a fight as big as that being called off because of a doping offence. I mean, that really was unprecedented. We've seen smaller fights called off because of that, but it really was something. I mean, it was called off like 2 days before the fight as well. So there was a hell of a lot of money lost, fans disappointed. And as I say, it's been a difficult year for boxing. We're not seeing the fights that we really want to see, particularly heavyweight level. We want to see Fury Joshua. We want to see Fury against Usyk. We want to see...
Fury against anyone, frankly.
Yeah, he seems to be the problem, but he's the top heavyweight of his generation at the moment, so, he calls the shots.
And he keeps talking about retiring as well.
Yeah, he does that every 3 weeks. I first fell for it in 2015. I noticed on Twitter he was retiring, so I got in contact with my boxing contacts, and they told me, you've got to be quick on it. You've got to take it with a pinch of salt, Aidan.
Yeah.
And I did, thankfully.
He's still going
you don't take
strong.
him seriously now, do you?
Aidan, thank you very much indeed. Do you want to know the secret to a happy love life?
Go on. I could do with some tips.
Could you? Well, Susan in Stanmore. Morning, Susan. She says, every morning my husband Barry brings me a cup of tea and a kiss.
Ah.
If he's not working from home, he leaves my cup out with a tea bag. After 46 years of marriage, no complaints.
First square or circular tea bags?
Well, I don't know.
Or the triangular ones.
Don't say pyramid bags.
Pyramid bags,
square.
yeah.
Aidan needs to know.
Point, Aidan.
Yeah, I know, but I'm emotionally unavailable, so I tend to contact. That's what I was described as recently.
The point is, he
Yeah,
brings her a cup of tea and a kiss every morning. I think that is lovely.
It's lovely.
Yeah, it is.
Really nice.
Yeah, so there you go. Or if you're feeling a bit exotic this morning with your tea, Kathy lives in Cyprus with my Greek Cypriot husband. We listen to GB News every day, thank you. We enjoy afternoon tea, but we pop a cinnamon stick and some cloves into the pot.
Well, that is fancy.
It'd be a bit like a chai, almost like a chai.
Yeah, like a spicy tea. I like the sound of that.
I could do that.
Yeah. Harris says, I dislike the taste of tea. I do drink 4 or 5 cups of coffee whilst watching GB News. Well, we'll give you a point for that, shall we? But you should get into your tea.
Yeah, and Bob in Sheffield has to be black, no sugar and strong. 5 or 6 cups a day. I can't drink it black.
No, not me.
I just need to take the edge off.
I remember in 2004 I ditched the sugar. Actually,
yeah.
And I never thought I'd be able to drink tea without sugar, but I got used to it in a few days, and I can't imagine having tea with sugar now. Without sugar.
But you're type 1 diabetic.
Milky?
That's what I mean. I wasn't in 2004.
Right. Milky?
No, it's got stronger as I've got older. When I was a kid in the bottle, it used to be quite milky, but now it's a bit stronger.
Yeah.
So you have the same.
I love a cup of tea, though. I must admit.
Yeah. It's the best. It really, really is.
There you go. If you're a tea fanatic, let us know this morning, because it is National Tea Day.
Yeah, cheers.
What's the point of that? I don't know what the point of National Tea Day is.
So we can have a conversation like this.
Is that what it is?
Gets the people going.
Is
it? Oh, it's a national conversation.
You have sent hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of
I don't think
emails
we've
in.
ever had so many views. There are hundreds in. Nathan Rose has just been in touch. He's our weatherman. Very enthusiastic about the weather. And tea, it would seem. I've just tweeted saying, how do you take your tea? He replied, 2 bags, left to stew, proper ditch water. I'd say that's the opposite of ditch water.
Yeah, dishwater's...
Weak.
Weak and pathetic.
Nathan, you've got the wrong end of the
You
stick
have.
there.
Stewed. I don't like stewed tea.
What's builder's tea then?
Builder's tea, well, it's just like strong.
Okay.
Like
Deep tan.
ordinary type of bag, you know, like your PG tips, your Taifu or whatever, and then just nice and strong, splash of milk.
I used to go to Crystal Palace about 15 years ago to football, and there was a guy who used to have a big urn of tea, and he'd have milk. He'd put milk in the pot.
Oh yeah.
Which I wasn't a fan of.
No, more tea urn.
Yeah.
It's a classic. It's a classic. Aidan, thank you very much.
Cheers. Good to see you
later on.
Thank you.
News and views from the papers up next. This is Breakfast on GB News.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Dubes & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Jacob Rees-Mogg. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by Headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, Nana, stop arguing. I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment. I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different.
Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story.
We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
It's the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage. Here on GB News, we will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, the Member of Parliament for North East Somerset and a former government minister. For years, I've walked the corridors of power in both Westminster and the City of London. We need to have the arguments, the discussions on how we make it better.
Crop failures, famine, war, suffering on a scale completely unimaginable.
We are putting the cart before the horse. As Charles I said at the scaffold, he was the true defender of liberty.
Yeah, I've completely derailed the conversation.
Join me Monday to Thursday at 8 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
GB News has its own late-night paper preview show, Headliners, where comedians take you through the next day's top news stories. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper, we've got it covered for you. Headliners, every night at 11 p.m, and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, on Sunday mornings from 9:30, taking the politicians to task and breaking out of SW1 to see how their decisions are affecting you across the UK. Bursting the Westminster bubble every Sunday morning, only on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain's watching.
You've probably seen politicians interviewed 1,000 times, but we do it differently. We find out who they really are, we don't shout, we chat, and hopefully we bring a bit of light, not just heat. Did you know Kate Moss?
Apparently.
Do you have a pair of jeans or a pair of jeans?
No, of course I don't. What would I do with them?
My friends are like, oh my God, what's she doing now?
Join me every Sunday at 6 for Gloria Meets, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
8:40. Good morning. TV chef Kevin Woodford has been in touch.
Oh yeah.
He likes a cup of tea. He likes red bush tea with a fig biscuit, or a fig roll, I presume.
OK.
Dunked in his tea. They see, I do like a fig roll.
No.
I haven't had one for a long time, but I do like a fig roll.
Yeah, old school, I
It
would
is old
say.
school.
Not my choice, no. I'm going to be real with you. On the red bush or the fig roll. But each to our own, Kevin, each to our own.
See, if Kevin says it, it's true.
He's a chef. He does know his stuff.
He knows his stuff. Best scrambled eggs in the business.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
And that's
Amazing scrambled eggs, Kevin does.
That's also a very difficult thing to achieve, I think, scrambled egg, but that's a whole other situation that we won't get into this morning.
Well, you're quite good in the kitchen.
I'm very good at the kitchen, but very difficult to achieve outside of your own kitchen.
Oh.
If you order scrambled eggs out, they always come, like a microwave.
Oh, I know.
It's a whole other thing.
Away from food,
but
let's show you... go
Can I
on.
just say,
Go
let
on.
us know what your favourite biscuit is with tea, please, because that was good. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin. There is a fantastic picture on the front of the Daily Mail this morning. Elon Musk and that look that says, I've just lost £2.5 billion after Starship blew up again. But the mission has been a success. Yeah. It blew up, but they're calling that a rapid unscheduled disassembly.
That's how they put it. And he is still smiling.
He is
Wry
still smiling.
Smile, it must be said. Inside the Sun is a picture story, a very powerful one, of fans lining the streets to catch a glimpse of Paul O'Grady's funeral procession. You can see, if you are listening on the radio, on the front page there, his husband sitting on top of that. Would you call it a horse and carriage?
Yes.
Holding the couple's dog. Really powerful image there.
I mean, so sad. But it was, do you know what? What a beautiful tribute that so many people came out with their dogs, actually, just to say thank you. I think that's really nice. Nice thing to do. Not such a great picture for Dominic Raab on the front of The Guardian this morning, looking defiant, coming outside number 10. His career hangs in the balance, of course. The Prime Minister is deciding his fate as we speak.
And this one is a great story. This is in the Mirror. The Prince of Wales delights staff at an Indian restaurant during a visit to Birmingham. And he even picks up the phone and answers a customer's booking. Can you imagine being that customer? Ringing up, getting a table for 7 o'clock on Saturday night, and it's the Prince of Wales answering the phone.
Love
Hello,
it.
how can I help you?
Look how happy they look, though. They're all laughing their heads off, which is lovely. I like that. Natural, normal.
Now, I believe that is their first public outing since Spare was published, the first, out and about meeting.
Is it?
Apparently, I may not be correct on that. I'll ask Cameron Walker, our royal reporter. And they received such a warm reception, as they would, and they are brilliant.
I like them a lot.
Really good to see them back out and again, smiling, doing what they do best, which is with the public, being normal, like you say.
Yeah. Good on them.
Lovely.
Now, political commentator Benedict Spence is here with journalist Nabila Ramdani to take us through the papers this morning. Let's have a quick look. We'll rattle through some of these. Benedict in The Times, we've talked about it a lot this morning, but Dominic Raab standing firm.
Yep, it's on a lot of the front pages, The Times, The Guardian, The Telegraph, as you've touched upon. Rishi Sunak, according to The Times, is agonising over what The Guardian calls a stinging report about Dominic Raab. And, there are many sort of different reasons why it could be that this is taking a little bit of time. Obviously, that's not very
dithering.
helpful for us. Yes, dithering. Is it weakness on the part of Rishi Sunak? Is it because he just wants to be thorough, spreadsheet Rishi, as they call him, trying to, be across all of the details, not wanting to make the wrong mistake? Is it because Dominic Raab has a lot of sway with a lot of backbenchers who Sunak needs unsigned? We don't know. All that we do know is the longer that this drags on and it becomes more of a story, then it does, I'm afraid, make Sunak look that little bit weaker. But he's already lost a number of front bench ministers since he's become Prime Minister. So either way, as they say, it's not a good look. Whether or not that actually sort of feeds through into public perception, I'm not sure. Everybody understands being a minister is a very important job, very tough job. But still, I think a decision probably needs to be made today, preferably before lunchtime. Otherwise, I think it is becoming, as they call it, a saga. And I don't think Prime Ministers really want sagas about bullying in their own governments.
We could do without that, couldn't we? Nabila, let's go to a totally different story now. I want to jump down the list to what is on the front page of The Star today is, of course, Paul O'Grady's funeral procession. Really powerful images of lots of people coming out with their dogs, actually, to pay tribute.
Goes with the title, The Love of Dogs, and, dozens of dogs lined up the streets when Paul O'Grady, was put to rest. And in Kent yesterday, a lot of celebrities turned up, but a lot of the emphasis was on the dogs. You know, faithful friends, say farewell to TV's Paul O'Grady. It's very hard, you know, to discuss this story with a dry eye because of what kind of person Paul Grady was. He was not only a wonderful entertainer, but he was also a very decent person. And not only there was a lot of A-list celebrities at his funerals, including Ronnie Woods from the Rolling Stones, but it was particularly moving to see all those dogs from Battersea Dogs Home. And there was a lovely lady from Battersea who said that Paul was not just a man of the people, he was a man of the people and their pets. And I think it said it all, really. And she also said that the heart of Battersea Dogs Home, which is probably the most famous in the world, has slowed down a little because of Paul's passing. You can't get more moving than that.
No. God, look, it's funny, isn't it, just to be such a national treasure in the way that he was, touched so many people's lives. Amazing. Benedict, to the Telegraph. I don't know what to make of this one. A farmer has tried to protect a village from flooding by bulldozing a beauty spot.
Yes.
So he's been sent to jail.
For 12 months, for a year. And he's been fined, he's been told to pay £600,000 in costs. I think this is something that will strike at the heart of a lot of people, because the reason why this man has been sent to jail, it's for dredging a river, for altering the course of a river and cutting down some trees. And the reason why he did it, he says, is because the river was regularly flooding some local houses. And the Environment Agency, the local authorities, weren't dredging it. They weren't doing anything to stop it. Local people, other people in the village whose houses were being flooded, have said that they were in favour of him doing what he was doing. But it was a protected area. There were endangered species, supposedly, in that part of the river. It's a tricky one, because this is what happens ultimately when you have so much bureaucracy and so much sort of obstinacy at a local level over things that, let's be honest, are important, but a lack of movement prompts people to take matters into their own hands. If people's houses are being flooded, you can only expect them to put up with that for so long.
So long.
And, but as we see, people then take action, they take the law into their own hands. And this can be repeated across almost sort of any number of sectors where you could see people taking the law into their own hands if local authorities don't act. And, this is one of the issues that we have around things like policing in this country. If police don't turn up to burglaries and stuff, how long is it before people start to confront burglars and that sort of thing? It is something that the state needs to be on top of. You can't just sort of sit behind the protection of red tape and bureaucracy and say, well, you can't do this, you can't do that, and then watch people's lives potentially be destroyed because their houses are being flooded and expect them not to do anything. So I think this does resonate with a lot.
It's difficult. I'm not saying this farmer is right, but certainly don't think he should have gone to jail.
It's a lot of money and a lot of time for what he's done, frankly, and I think it's more punitive than it needed to be, frankly, in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, surely the Environment Agency could have... Why didn't they remodel the river and get on and sort it out?
It's what they're supposed to do, but famously we're quite bad at dredging. We have floods every year in this country because of that lack of action, because of environmental protection. So it's a recurring story.
Yeah, and questions about planning. I mean, if that is an area that floods yearly, why were their houses there in the first place? So my point is that you will have a view on that story.
Yeah.
GBviews at gbnews.uk.
We are out of time. It's been really good to see you, Benedict, Nabila. Thank you both very much indeed. Now, as we know, Britain is brilliant for coming up with new ideas to tackle age-old problems, and one company has been recognised by the King, no less, for doing exactly that.
Yes, it's found a way to keep ships, oil rigs and turbines clear of algae, which can cause massive damage.
Yeah, and molluscs as well.
Oh, and molluscs.
Because it's molluscs, actually, because they start dissolving the metal and all the rest of it. Anyway, Jack Carson is in Coventry with the company involved. What have they come up with, Jack?
Well, good morning, Stephen. Morning, Ellie. Welcome to Solihull in Coventry. I'm joined with Darren Jones, who's the ESG director here. Darren, tell us about this invention, what you've done to solve this problem.
So we've just taken ultrasonics, we've put it on vessels, we've put it on pipework. As the ultrasonic sound wave leaves a vessel, it destroys single-cell organisms. That's the food stuff that everything else feeds on. So if you've got no food, you've got no growth. And these ships can then be clean, and that reduces drag, that reduces fuel use, and it reduces CO2 emissions. So it's win-win, and no poisonous legacy. We're not using poison or anything, just ultrasonic waves.
And you've got part of the equipment here. Talk us through actually what this does when it's put on the ship.
So that simply it's effectively like a speaker, but we attach it to the inside of the ship, and that makes the hull part of the speaker, and the sound waves will propagate through the hull, and as they exit, like I say, they'll destroy the single-cell organisms, so nothing will grow, and it keeps it clean. It saves money, it saves fuel, and it saves the environment. It also reduces invasive species. I don't know if you know, over Christmas, the Australians turned away 4 cruise ships because they had invasive species on. You want to be making sure we're on your cruise ship, because you will keep your holiday of a lifetime.
And how does it feel to be recognised with this King's Award for Enterprise? You've won it in the international trade category. Tell me what that means.
To win a King's Award, particularly this year in a coronation year, first King's Award is absolutely astonishing. We export to 72 countries already, 98% of what we do goes overseas. To have that recognition, that brand recognition, be connected in any way to the British monarchy is just wonderful. It opens doors overseas. The value of the British monarchy overseas is enormous. So we're absolutely delighted, and you know, we get to tell our story on things like this, the People's Channel. It's fantastic we get to do that and get the story out there.
And how is it that a company in landlocked Coventry, one of the furthest points from any kind of sea, is such a big innovator in the marine world?
Well, yes, we're 2.5 miles from the centre of England, but we're also just down the road. We've got Warwick University, who are wonderful. They've got a great ultrasonics department that we can call on. Actually, when you're in the centre of England, near Birmingham Airport, you're near everywhere. We're near every ocean. So we occasionally have to jump on planes and do things, but we've got boots on the ground in various countries, big R&D centre in Abu Dhabi, as well as an ops centre. So we're global. We don't actually have to be on the coastline. We just need to be near every coastline.
And tell me a bit about the future for this, and obviously going forward, and getting the kind of, you know, using this King's Award, I guess, to get the word out.
Yeah, I mean, this will get the word out. To some people, this is still new technology. We've been doing it 15 years, but we're now also moving into industry. We're putting this equipment on pipes and cooling systems in factories, and it's stopping them having to do chemical flushes, which are horribly expensive, damaging, and environmentally awful. So we're moving into manufacturing with our new Agitate product. So growth is everything, and we are going to continue to. We're in 72 countries at the minute. There are 156 with a coastline. So we're only halfway there, but we are going there fast.
Darren, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Well, you heard it here first. Innovation from the heart of Coventry.
Oh, love it.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Jack Carson, and a huge congratulations to Darren as well. Do extend our congratulations to Darren.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic.
Brilliant story.
Britain at its best. Absolutely love it. We've got all the top stories in just about, including the very latest on Dominic Raab, the Deputy Prime Minister. Will he go today? We'll find out. This is GB News.
Hello, a very good morning to you. It's a cold but bright start in the north once again, a touch of frost for Scotland. However, that's where the sunniest skies will remain. Cloudier with some showers for England and Wales, and that's because the influence of high pressure is starting to move away. It's pushing to the north, allowing this weather feature, an occluded front, to move in across England and Wales, and that marks a change to cloudier, more unsettled weather over the next few days. Some persistent wet weather moving through the Midlands and the southeast of England during the morning. That reaches Wales later in the morning, as well as the southwest, whilst heavy showers replace the rain across the Midlands, East Anglia and the southeast by the afternoon. Some heavy downpours, but some sunshine in between. However, it will feel cooler because of the additional clouds, so 11 to 13 Celsius for England and Wales. But for Scotland and Northern Ireland, we keep the lion's share of sunny skies, and as a result, it's going to be another warm one for northwest Scotland, 18 to 19 Celsius here. Much cooler on the North Sea coast of Scotland, and we'll see some of this mistiness remain for the Northern Isles and the north of the mainland. That will push a bit further inland, actually, overnight. Whilst elsewhere across the UK, we will see some mist and fog patches forming across southern counties of England. In between, an area of cloud and outbreaks of rain reaching northern England, southern Scotland and Northern Ireland by the start of the weekend. And most places frost-free once again, but for some central parts of Scotland under clear skies, there will be a touch of frost as we begin Saturday. And then on Saturday itself, some persistent rain sets in across Northern Ireland, parts of Northern England and southern Scotland. A damp day to come here. Showers pushing in across the Midlands and then later Northern England and North Wales, and some more persistent wet weather into the southwest by the end of the afternoon with a brisk breeze. A lot of cloud around, but we keep the sunny skies for the north of Scotland away from the coast where it will stay misty. And then Sunday brings a real mixed bag of weather with a mixture of rain or showers, some cloudier, but also some sunnier weather at times and feeling much cooler.
New to GB News is the Saturday 5.
Join us every Saturday from 8 p.m.
as we debate the week's stories.
Right, folks, that was a spicy one, wasn't it?
With us four, plus a special guest.
Sometimes she has to stick her foot in it. Sometimes she has to say things as they are.
Sometimes I think we should keep the refugees and send the pensioners to Rwanda. Then we'd be in a much better state.
Well, Benjamin, that is
The Saturday 5. Saturday nights from 8.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
First and foremost, I am a GB News fan, and I was before I was working here. Just love the fact that we're asking the questions that a lot of establishment media won't ask.
With a bit of a twist, we not only want to inform you, but we want to keep you entertained.
It's worth the drive because you get in and the team's all ready and waiting, they're itching to go, and it's a proper little family.
GB News is the People's Channel.
It's the audience that makes the programme sing.
We're giving our viewers and our listeners a voice. I see the thousands of your letters, tweets, emails, you name it, coming in.
Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it?
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you.
It's time for something different. It's time for GB News. I'm very patriotic. I believe in Britain. Our best days lie ahead.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
Join us here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my two comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Here on GB News Live, we'll be keeping you in the picture, finding out what's happening across the country and finding out why it matters to you. We'll have the facts fast with our team of reporters and specialist correspondents. Wherever it's happening, we'll be there from 12 noon on TV, radio and online. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Here on GB News, we're starting the conversation and having the debate that the establishment won't have. No one will be cancelled. Join me at 4 p.m. every Saturday and Sunday. We'll be discussing all the big topics of the weekend.
Oh, get cracking!
Always honest, always fun. Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Co.
You're an inspiration to us all.
Click that bit up.
Well, you are.
That's my ringtone. My political ambitions are, those days are gone, I can tell you. She's only teasing. Go on. He's probably going to want to lay down now. I'll give him 2 minutes to have one. Let's respectfully disagree. That's what we like on Jubes and Co. Come and join us. GB News, the People's Channel.
Michelle Dewberry, weekday evenings at 6 o'clock.
I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m.
What's the scoop?
I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians.
That's right.
As we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight.
We're going to get into trouble.
If it's a big story, we'll be covering it.
Spill some tea on him.
There we go.
But we'll also have some fun.
I wouldn't stick up a bank.
My father didn't love me.
So anyway.
Headliners every night from 11 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We've got a brand new lineup every Saturday night on GB News.
From 6 p.m, I'll give you my unique take on the world today. Then at 7, it's me, Calvin Robinson, with my Common Sense Crusade.
New to GB News is the Saturday 5.
5 times the opinion. Join us every Saturday from 8 p.m.
as we debate the week's stories.
With us four, plus a special guest.
And at 9, of course, it's Mark Dolan Tonight. Brand new Saturday nights on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good morning. It's 9 o'clock on Friday, the 21st of April. He's really enjoying the views.
Do you know, I was reading the views from Gaius, who works in the NHS, talking about pet insurance on rescue pets. But we'll come to that in a little minute, Gaius. Meanwhile, today, just how long does it take to read a report? Well, the PM knows if Dominic Raab is a bully, but he won't tell us, yet at least.
Extinction Rebellion has warned ministers it will step up its campaigns in new and inventive ways if their demands are not met. But what could happen next? And it's National Tea Day. We have a tea sommelier on the way for you. Do tell us what teas you drink every day, how do you take it, and what biscuits do you like to dunk in it?
Yes, we'll be trying something a little bit posher, hopefully, this morning. We shall see. I'm Stephen Dixon.
I'm Ellie Costello, and this is Breakfast on GB News.
Now, you see, Gaius, with his... We've talked rescue pets, we were talking about earlier, and I was thinking, with my cat's a rescue pet, couldn't get insurance for him because they said he had no history. Gaius says it is possible to get pet insurance on rescue. All 5 of my cats simply walked into my garden, took them to the vets, got them vaccinated, and a supermarket were more than happy to insure.
Well, there you go.
So I'm going to have to go somewhere else, aren't I? Well, it's a bit late for now.
Yeah, you can shop around, that's for sure. And Julia says, I volunteer for a dog rescue charity. They recommend that all adopters take out insurance immediately when they take on a rescue dog.
Yeah.
Not as simple as that, though, Julia, it would seem.
No, well, it wasn't in my case. Maybe it's just me. But it is National Tea Day. Happy Tea Day. Yep. So how do you take it? What do you do with it? Sharon in Southampton can't get started in the morning without 2 cups of 2 tea bag teas. Grade 5 in colour. That's Builder's tea. The best by far. But I can't do two bags in one.
Yeah. We've got a coloured chart which we can get up for you now, which we've been showing you today. This is from North Wales Live.
Oh, no, number 5 is beige.
It's beige.
That says you haven't got a personality.
Yeah, the same one as me.
Sorry, Sharon.
Sorry, Sharon. But, yeah, who is me for company? I'm beige.
But why would you want... You see, why would you want to go that colour whilst using 2 bags? You could get that with 1 bag if you just left it in a bit longer.
Yeah. Do you know what? I've learnt something this morning, which is lots of people use 2 bags.
Yeah.
I didn't know that before. This one's making me feel a bit unwell. Kenneth says, for breakfast, a nice strong cup of Yorkshire tea with a bacon and egg sandwich. Dip the sandwich in the tea. Delicious. No, you can't be serious.
Well,
give me goosebumps.
Similar, though, Ian in Essex, no cuppa is complete without a toasted bacon bagel and brown sauce. But do you dip it in, Ian?
You can't, Ian.
Anyway, we're talking to a sommelier a little bit later on, 1:45. He's going to take us through how to make the right cup of tea.
Yeah.
And hopefully some nice teas to try.
And posh tea as well, yeah.
Posh tea.
Yeah. We're not sure how we feel about that because we like our...
Builder's tea.
Builder's tea, don't we? But anyway...
Keep
your views coming in. GBViews at gbnews.uk.
Strong cups of tea all round in Downing Street today, you should imagine, because they're deciding whether the Deputy Prime Minister is a bully. The Prime Minister knows, but is he going to whitewash the whole thing? They're key questions hanging over Downing Street today.
Yes, Rishi Sunak was given the report into Dominic Raab yesterday, we believe at about 11 a.m, but it still hasn't released its findings. Well, Labour says if Dominic Raab is a bully, then the Prime Minister should just sack him.
Well, this is what the Shadow Attorney General, Emily Thornberry, had to say.
I think if he's got this report, he should just read it, and if the man's a bully, then Dominic Raab should go. It's really quite simple. There are many more pressing issues than this. Whilst the Conservative Party continue to be in chaos, the public have completely different priorities. Actually, what we should be doing is we should be having politicians who are focused on the cost of living crisis, on why it is that wages are stagnating, why we're having to wait for months, if not years, for hospital treatment. That shouldn't be what politics is about. Politics should be about making people's lives better.
Let's talk to our political reporter, Olivia Utley, who's in Dominic Raab's constituency for us this morning. It's a mess, Olivia, isn't it? Whichever way you look at this, it's potentially bad news for Dominic Raab, and it's looking like, actually, it could be very bad news for the Prime Minister.
Absolutely. I think the Prime Minister is having a pretty bad time over the last 24 hours. As you say, he received the report yesterday at about 11 o'clock. Apparently, he spent all day reading it and agonising over whether or not to sack Dominic Raab. If he does sack Dominic Raab, an interesting tidbit in the Telegraph, he will be only the second Prime Minister since 1979 to lose 3 cabinet ministers within their first 6 months. And the other one was Boris Johnson. And Rishi Sunak was pretty critical of Boris Johnson's handle on the cabinet. So losing Dominic Raab wouldn't be a great look for the Prime Minister. But if he doesn't get rid of him, and then the report is published next week, available to the public next week, and the public decides that he was a bully, then he could be in trouble too. And to make matters worse, we've got Labour breathing down his neck. Labour's favourite attack line is that the Prime Minister is weak and inexperienced. And by letting this drag out, he plays into Labour's hands a bit.
We've already seen in the dispatch box, haven't we? We saw it at PMQs when Dominic Raab had to step in for Rishi Sunak. Angela Rayner was talking to him about being a bully. This is something that, even if he is found to not be a bully in this report, this is something that has probably tainted his reputation.
Absolutely. He had a reputation before this of being a competent, no-nonsense sort of minister. But if this takes off, whatever happens now, as you say, it feels as though it's going to be very, very hard for Dominic Raab to shake this off. I've heard that what's happening at the moment is Dominic Raab is really digging his heels in. He believes that the report exonerates him, and he is clinging on for dear life to his political career. And Dominic Raab has form for clinging on. In previous reshuffles, Dominic Raab has reportedly refused to accept certain demotions and ended up being able to stay where he is. So it might be that he's playing that tactic this time round. That said, it sounds as though Rishi Sunak and Dominic Raab haven't yet spoken at all, while Rishi Sunak sits there going through this report and seeing if it'll be possible for him to keep his Deputy Prime Minister. It is important, by the way, that he is Deputy Prime Minister, because one thing that Rishi Sunak really does lack is experience. He was only elected as an MP in 2015, and Dominic Raab brings that wealth of cabinet experience. So to have him as a deputy is really very useful, unless, of course, he becomes such a distraction that no one's able to talk about anything other than Dominic Raab bullying allegations.
Unreasonable, Olivia, for people to say, if you've had the report on your desk since 11:30, and it's got to be pretty close to the top of your agenda, hasn't it? Is it unreasonable to say he should have come to a conclusion by now?
Well, I think there's definitely an argument that he should have come to a conclusion by now. That said, it took Adam Tolley, Casey, the Casey who's been compiling this report, 5 months to put it together. So presumably it's pretty long and pretty detailed. Also, the remit of Adam Tolley was very much specifically only to establish the facts of Raab's conduct. It doesn't reach any sort of conclusion. So whereas the report into Nadeem Zahawi's tax affairs was pretty scathing, really, the end result was pretty adamant that Nadeem Zahawi should go. Rishi Sunak really does have to make this decision himself. It has not been made for him in any way. And it does sound, from everything I've heard, as though there are really shades of grey in this report. It is not damning of Dominic Raab from page 1, nor is it completely exonerating. So it does sound like it's a pretty tough decision for Rishi Sunak. That said, he is Prime Minister, and he should probably be able to make tough decisions quite quickly.
Yes, a tough decision and a huge test, Olivia. This is a Prime Minister who's promised integrity in his cabinet.
Well, absolutely, and I think those words are ringing in everyone's ears in Westminster while we await the verdict of this report. Rishi Sunak stood on the steps of Downing Street on the 25th of October when he was made Prime Minister and said he promised to restore trust, and he said he realised he had a lot of work to do given all that's happened, given all of the tumult that we endured under Boris Johnson and Liz Truss. And he said he would rule with professionalism and integrity, and that really was the selling point of Rishi Sunak. He's a competent, slick politician, a stand-up sort of bloke who could keep things in order. He's already lost 2 cabinet ministers in the last 6 months, Gavin Williamson and Nadeem Zahawi. And if he loses another, it really won't be a very good look.
Can I just ask you about, you mentioned Labour going on the experience ticket. saying that the Prime Minister isn't really very experienced, and people saying he needs Dominic Raab in there for that. When he was elected in 2015, been Chancellor of the Exchequer before becoming Prime Minister, is that a problem for Labour? Because Keir Starmer was only elected in 2015 and he has no cabinet experience whatsoever.
Well, that's very true, but Keir Starmer at least has had a few years of leader of the opposition. Yes, Rishi Sunak was Chancellor, but he wasn't Chancellor for very long. He's also very young. He's one of the youngest Prime Ministers we've ever had. And some of the mistakes that he's made, that the furore over his wife's tax affairs, for example, getting caught up in the whole Partygate issue when it didn't sound as though Rishi Sunak is particularly a kind of partying man. He just was sort of caught in the wrong place at the wrong time, perhaps. But allowing himself to get caught up in these sorts of dramas feels to some in Westminster like the sort of avoidable mistakes that a rookie new Prime Minister will make. And in taking such a long time to come to a decision over Dominic Raab, it definitely does play into Labour's hands, not just that he's inexperienced, but also that he's indecisive, which is the word that Emily Thornberry actually used this morning.
Okay. Olivia, good to see you this morning. Thank you. Loads of people getting in touch on this, I have to say.
Yeah, this one from Andrew says, this whole episode has brought back bad memories for me. As a young adult, I was terribly bullied in the workplace, both physically and emotionally. Really sorry to hear that, Andrew. He says, I have no time for this behaviour and hopefully Rishi Sunak will do the correct thing, unlike Boris Johnson with Priti Patel.
Gordon says, you won't go through life without someone saying or writing something nasty about you. Stop boo-hooing, get over it, grow up and get on with life.
Well, to that, Dean says some of these views clearly come from viewers who were bullied at work and did not stand up against it. They want the next generation to suffer the same. I think there is going to be, whatever happens here, a conversation, isn't there, about workplace etiquette and what is deemed appropriate.
It's tough. I mean, it's a tough job and a tough environment, and it's a bit like newsrooms. I mean, it's not the same thing, but you know, newsrooms can be very tough, and if you're thin-skinned, you're not going to get on. Linda says, I think we've prematurely judged Dominic Raab as guilty. Why are they in such a hurry to get on with what is essentially a personnel matter? I sort of agree with you in a sense. I think the difference is when you're talking about the Deputy Prime Minister, it adds extra elements to it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
John in Stoke says, we need a tough minister to get civil servants back in their offices and working. Oh, and Mike... there are a lot of people working this day and age that are too sensitive, have very little loyalty or passion for their jobs. Maybe.
And Nada says, telling civil servants do their jobs is not bullying. Well, no, it's not, but I think it's where is the line and when does it overstep the mark of professionalism and when does it go into being aggressive or being a bully? That's what this report has been looking into. It's taken 5 months. We believe it was on Rishi Sunak's desk yesterday at 11 a.m. We expect to hear something today, maybe even Monday.
Yeah.
Push it that far. Do you think he could push it that far?
I think he's in trouble if he leaves it till Monday. You know, all weekend to go on about it, all the Sunday papers.
Yeah.
No, need to sort it out today, one way or t'other.
Yeah. Let us know what you think, though. Keep those views coming in on that, or T, or Paul O'Grady, any of the stories that we're talking about this morning. We do love to hear from you. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Now, if you are heading to London today, brace yourselves. More climate protests are kicking off, and who knows what they've got in store.
Yes, because Extinction Rebellion say they're stepping up their disruption in new and inventive ways. It doesn't sound good, does it? Well, our reporter Lisa Hartle joins us now from Parliament Square. What can we expect, do you think, Lisa?
Hello. Well, this is day one of a 4-day protest event by environmental activists. They're calling it the Big One, organised by Extinction Rebellion, but there's also 200 other organisations that are also taking part, including Just Stop Oil and Greenpeace. You can see just behind me there's a government building, the Department for Energy. This is one of 16 government buildings that are going to have pickets outside them today, where Extinction Rebellion say there's going to be talks given on what their concerns are for the environment and the changes that they want to be seeing happening. I spoke to someone from Extinction Rebellion, a scientist called Peter Knapp. He's told me about the changes that they're going to have this time around, because they don't want to bring disruption to today or the next 3 days. It's about being inclusive and trying to welcome the public to them to get involved and hear their messaging.
The rebellions that have happened before have all had different elements to them, different strategy almost. The strategy for this time round, since the 1st of January this year, is to say we are not going to disrupt the public anymore. That doesn't mean to say that that's not necessary for protest. That is necessary, but it's just not the tactic that Extinction Rebellion will follow this time round.
What was the change in tactic?
Well, the change is to make it accessible to everybody. We don't want to alienate groups. We want to work with as many people as we can, because we want activism to be something that everyone has access to. We don't want people to think that activism is gluing yourself to a road. We don't want people to think activism is running onto a race course. Even though those things are parts of it, they are that part of it. It's everything else which is accessible to people that we want people to be able to realise.
OK, so we're hearing from Peter there that he wants it to be accessible. He wants the public to hear messaging. There is going to be some nervousness, though, isn't there, about the weekend, especially looking ahead to the London Marathon on Sunday and what these protesters could get up to.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's going to be 40,000 people running. They've spent months training for this event that raises millions of pounds for charity. But Extinction Rebellion have said that they do not intend to disrupt the marathon. They've got volunteers within Extinction Rebellion that have come forward and offered to be marshals to try and ensure that that doesn't happen. Just Stop Oil hasn't said that they won't disrupt, but they haven't said they will. They just say they never comment on what their plans will be. So it's definitely going to be something that's making people nervous, but Extinction Rebellion have said that they won't be intending to cause any disruption on Sunday.
OK. Lisa, thanks very much indeed. I don't know if we can cut back to the other live picture just for a moment, because you see, this is what does it for me. Am I really intolerant? Because I think, they have an absolute right to have their voices heard. Oh. That's very loud. Oh, it's not. They've moved. There was a guy before, you may have noticed him, an old guy dancing about. And that, to me, I don't know. And there they are with the dyed hair and the... I don't know. Is it me? Am I being really intolerant, really old-fashioned? Do you know what I mean? But the sort of grungy look.
Oh, see, I can deal with that all day long, that's fine. If you're stood outside beating your drum, that's absolutely fine. It's when there's disruption of events and the general public just trying to go about their lives, I think, is where the line is crossed.
Yeah, I mean, they're not doing anything wrong there.
No.
In fact, if they say they don't want to disrupt, then that's all good, to be, all positive. I just wonder if they want to get the message across better, or they need to change their image slightly. Because rather than just the whole...
You want to give them some PR lessons.
Well, it's like, the grungy oldies sort of... is that terrible? I'm not being PC, put it that way.
Well, I think a lot of people would agree with you, Stephen. I do.
They look like protesters, don't they? They look like your archetypal, stereotypical protesters. And I sort of think, if you want to be taken seriously, look like something... I mean, the professor didn't look like that, did he? That we were just talking to.
Maybe they need more people that look like that. Oh, they've got whistles as well. But I am very nervous about the London Marathon on Sunday. I do worry because, as you just heard from Lisa there, Just Stop Oil have not ruled out disrupting it. They haven't said they will. No. They haven't said they won't. But we saw them on snooker tables, didn't we, with orange powder last week. I mean, it seems at this point that they'd stop at nothing. So I am a bit worried about that, especially because...
I tell you what.
So much money for charity.
Well,
Such a good cause, London Marathon.
But do you know what? They need to be careful. Because I just watched last week and it's 10 years since the Boston Marathon bombings. Now, I'm not saying that they've got... Or clearly, they're a protest group, not a terrorist group. But, sort of disrupting marathons, I mean, blooming heck, it's like you can understand why, because there's always extra security around these big events because they're always, there's always concerns about terrorism around any big event, like there is around the coronation and all the rest of it. It's not the time to start doing loads of disruption.
Yeah.
Because people,
What could you be taking it away from?
People are going to be on high alert. You don't want to do that. It's just not sensible to do that. And does it open up an opportunity for those who have really got nasty intentions? I don't know. Maybe that's a stretch too far.
No,
but
I think that's a very good point.
It worries me, though. It's like, not when there's a big event on like that. The police are already stretched. Don't take those resources away.
It puts additional strain, doesn't it, on security at these sorts of events. Let us know what you think about that.
All those people, all the police officers are going to have eyes looking for, real problems. They don't need to be looking for protesters at the same time.
And pulling them off of the track, it could be.
Am I just a fuddy-duddy? I don't know.
I don't think you are at all. I think a lot of people would agree with you. Let us know what you make of that. gbviews@gbnews.uk. I think it's 4 days of protests we're expecting until Monday now, so there could be a lot more of this to come, I'm afraid.
Now, have you ever had a blue tick? Well, probably not. Most people didn't get one, did you, for being, official? But if you did, it may well have gone overnight. I'll tell you why. This is Breakfast on GB News.
I joined GB News because I was sick and tired of not hearing my views being represented, not just mine, but so many people that I knew and spoke to.
I just couldn't get my voice out there. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't do anything. Whatever the narrative was, I kind of had to follow it.
GB News is there to provide a voice for those who have been ignored by the establishment media. We think different things, we've got a different style.
GB News is here to be optimistic and positive about the future.
It's real kind of dynamic and flowing, with the audience very much at the heart of it, like a big family.
Here at GB News, we talk about the things that matter to you.
Hearing the voices from right across our towns and cities, especially our towns.
All sides of the argument represented with a heavy dose of opinion.
We're on a mission here to make a difference.
And the GB News family really is here for you, and whatever time of day you can watch or listen.
Britain's watching.
Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates. Do you not believe in prisons?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned. I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed. So I guess they've always been quite woke. That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel. Britain's news channel.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512.
Virgin Media Channel 604.
Freesat Channel 216.
Freeview Channel 236.
And YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio.
With the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Start the day with GB News.
We catch up on all the big stories you didn't hear the night before.
And take a look at what the world's talking about this morning. That's right, Monday to Thursdays from 6 o'clock. It's Breakfast with Eamon and Isabel.
Straight after breakfast, join us, Bev Turner and Andrew Pearce. We're going to take you through till noon.
We'll be tackling the big topics of the day, including the things that the other channels just won't talk about. If it's happening here. Wake up to mornings on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
New to GB News is the Saturday 5.
Join us every Saturday from 8 p.m. as we debate the week's stories.
Right, folks, that was a spicy one, wasn't it?
With us four, plus a special guest. Sometimes she has to stick her foot in it. Sometimes she has to say things as they are.
Sometimes I think we should keep the refugees and send the pensioners to Rwanda. Then we'd be in a much better state.
Well, Benjamin, that is...
The Saturday 5. Saturday nights from 8. Only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
I'm Mark White. As GB News Home and Security Editor, I cover those key issues that are so important to you. Our authorities, our communities doing all they can to combat violent crime. With the public services under unbearable strain, why are we still failing to control our borders? Defence, the first priority of any government, has been continually hollowed out. Can we trust our politicians to protect the armed forces? Join me, Mark White, on GB News.
9:24. Good morning to you, watching and listening to breakfast here on GB News.
Now,
have we got a tick?
GB News does, yes.
Has it still got a tick?
GB News does.
Have you got it there?
No, it doesn't.
No,
Do you know what?
it has.
No, it doesn't. Look. Oh, yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It has a gold tick. That means this account is verified because it's notable as a government, news, entertainment or other designated category. Interesting. So it's become a gold tick. And we are a news category, so that's good. That's good. So GB News has sustained a tick, but it's not blue anymore, it's gold.
Right.
I've lost my tick overnight, as have many people.
Was yours blue?
Mine was blue, which I think just means that you are who you say you are.
Right. You could be anybody now.
I could be anybody now. There could be loads of Ellie Costellos floating around the universe, and you wouldn't know which one's the real one.
You see, I have trouble on...
Which is why they started bringing the tick in the first place.
Why they brought the tick in? I have this problem on Instagram. Instagram will not give me a tick. And then I'm always getting messages from you good folks saying, oh, someone claiming... And they copy your account, exactly, all the pictures and everything, and then start messaging people and asking for money for charities and all that sort of thing. And they say, is it really you messaging me? It's like, no.
It's really difficult, isn't it? And that is part of the reason why those ticks are there in the first place. People could establish if they're talking to the real person or not. Anyway, most of them have been done away with on Twitter now. I'm not alone. I lost my blue tick overnight. Lots of people did, including the Pope and Beyoncé.
Yeah.
J.K. Rowling.
Why would you take it off the Pope?
I mean...
Ronaldo hasn't got one anymore.
You don't want to get on the wrong side of God, do you?
Anton Deck.
Yeah, they've all lost their... Yeah, Boris Johnson, Jeremy Corbyn, Matt Hancock, all been stripped of their blue ticks overnight. We're not alone.
No. So you'd have to buy one if you want one. Well, that doesn't prove who you are anyway, because any old bod could buy one and claim to be Ellie Costello. Couldn't they? Let's talk to Will Guyatt, technology journalist. Morning, Will. It's crackers,
this is an
isn't
absolute mess. Let me start there. Overnight, how can the Pope lose his blue tick and there's some random basketball player can keep theirs? The whole thing is tricky. And whilst you were celebrating the fact that GB News has a gold one, as of next month, unless your bosses dig into their pocket and pay 10,000 UK pounds a month, they will lose that gold tick. This
Sorry,
is all
how
part
much?
of Elon Musk's 10 grand a month, £10,000.
Wow.
Well, we'll be losing ours then, because I tell you what, if the bosses were going to pay that 120 grand a year for a tick, what's the point?
Yeah. But this is...
I expect a boss in an office has just fallen off the chair. This is Elon Musk. So there's two things here, right? This is Elon Musk's attempt to make some money from the site. He spent billions and billions of dollars on. By removing the tick, he thinks he can encourage a number of people to buy a blue tick for verification. As you pointed out, and as Ellie pointed out, these blue ticks were created to stop impersonation and to make you know that you were talking to the real person. That was the very reason why they were introduced. So to remove them brings back that whole problem of impersonation on Twitter. And it also stops that idea of the extra protection you used to get with the blue tick. When you were blue tick verified, if you were deemed a notable person, you'd be able to get better customer service from the company. But that's all gone now, and Elon Musk wants your cash.
And Will, there's going to be a big issue there, just to pick you up on that point about news organisations. There's going to be a huge issue now with misinformation on Twitter, because if news organisations aren't willing to pay £10,000 a month for a tick, and you can understand in the cost of living crisis why they might not want to do that, but there will be people, places out there that want to spread misinformation and make themselves look like a reputable news company because they will pay that £10,000.
Yeah, and Elon Musk doesn't seem to care currently. I don't think you'd be able to get the gold tick if you were not an organization. I think extra verification would take place there. But we've had examples of people with blue ticks overnight changing their name to Barack Obama. This is how ridiculous the whole situation currently is. There doesn't seem to be much in the way of customer service or policing of this kind of stuff on Twitter. And the other thing that's particularly interesting is Elon Musk is now suggesting that in order for your tweets to get seen by more people, you're going to have to start paying the monthly subscription fee. This is the start of the end of Twitter. And I'm not just saying that as a bitter journalist who's lost their blue tick. I'm just saying this is inherently taking Twitter away from what it was. In the past, the blue tick gave you no privileges other than a little bit of extra support if you've been impersonated and a little bit of protection. That's all it gave you. It shouldn't have become this crazy status symbol that so many people now think it is.
It's interesting, the beginning of the end. I mean, do you really... It's not going to die of its own accord, though, is it? I mean, it would need to be replaced.
Okay, let's.
It need to be replaced by someone. Someone needs to jump in with something else, don't they?
Yeah, or Elon Musk gets bored with it. It was worth 44 billion when he bought it. He's already told staff internally it's now worth 22 billion. Let's see what it's going to be worth in a year's time. Advertisers are running away from it, but Microsoft has stopped selling advertising on the platform. Loads of big media organizations have now decided they don't want any part of it, mostly in the US, and we're losing people from the platform.
And this is a big money-making operation, isn't it, for Elon Musk, as you say, hoping to profitize the platform. But this is going to backfire, isn't it? I mean, I don't know many people who are willing to actually pay for their blue tick.
Hardly anybody is buying it. In the last report, less than 100,000 people globally were. And most of the people buying it are Elon Musk fans with under 100 followers. You've got no real reason to buy it other than they're trying to support the platform. It's not going to make the money Elon Musk thought it was going to make. It's certainly not going to make Twitter profitable.
Will he rethink it?
No. Elon Musk does. I don't think Elon Musk rethinks anything. To him, losing the blue tick and the privilege of a blue tick, or the perceived privilege, is enough of a win over people. He wants to try and make people aware that he's the controller of this platform. It's his play. It's his train set. That's ultimately, this is the world's most expensive train set.
Why is it that, I mean, Elon Musk is the most incredible man. You know, when you look what he's done with Tesla, and I mean, from my perspective, much better what he's done with SpaceX and the incredible stuff yesterday, even though it went a bit wrong. But there are some areas in technology where he is absolutely just ahead of the game. But how can someone like that then take over Twitter and mess it up? It just seems extraordinary.
Being hugely successful doesn't stop you being an idiot. That is as simple as it is. He's made Twitter a massive joke. The fact that he has removed the blue ticks on the day called 420 Day. Now, if you don't know what 420 Day is, it's a big sort of marijuana smoking stoner day. And Elon Musk fully subscribes to internet humor. That's why it happened on 420 Day. The whole thing has genuinely become a joke, and Elon Musk is at the wheel.
OK, Will, good to see you. You don't need a blue tick. We'll message you anyway. Thanks very much indeed.
Thanks, Will.
It's just weird. I wouldn't say worrying. I just find it... I think the big killer is going to be if he starts to say you've got to have a blue tick to reach a bigger audience with your tweets, that'll be the killer. Because then will people actually say, I'm going to have to buy a blue tick? Or are they going to go, what's the point? And I think the latter. I think and young people, look, as more young people are on Instagram.
They are. I mean, there's not many people on Twitter, actually. I think it's something like 10% of the population's on Twitter. Might even be less than that now. I mean, are people going to be leaving the platform? I'm not sure. I agree with you. I think somebody would have to come in and start a new app. But that could very well be happening. That could very well be in the works.
There are some out there, but they haven't quite got it yet. But I don't know. It's a funny one. It's a funny one.
And it's amazing to see, even the Prince and Princess of Wales, they're unticked. They don't have their blue tick. Anybody on Twitter now could pretend to be the Prince and Princess of Wales. Yeah. And if they're paying for it, they could actually reach, in the future, a lot more people than the actual real account. It's a mess, isn't it? An absolute mess.
Seems very odd. If you've got a view on that, GBViews at gbnews.uk. We're going to be talking tea. Actually, in just a few, we're bracing ourselves for more tea. We've got a tea sommelier who's going to be brewing us something absolutely delicious, hopefully. We'll let you know how it tastes. This is GB News.
Monday to Thursday nights on GB News. At 6, it's Dubes & Co. 7 o'clock, Farage. At 8, join Jacob Rees-Mogg. And at 9, Dan Wootton Tonight, followed by Headliners. On TV, radio and online. This is GB News.
It's all about family, being in people's living rooms, all the interaction and getting to know who our viewers and listeners are.
When I was young, my dad used to say, Nana, stop arguing. I wanted an outlet that would enable me to give my opinion.
People are going through a really hard time right now, and I know that you don't feel like you're being listened to by the establishment. I came to GB News because it's the People's Channel, and I want the audience to have their say on the events of the day.
We're dynamic. We do something different. Democracy shows that the wisdom of the nation is in its people.
I get to travel to find out what the story is from a personal perspective.
The British people aren't fools. We know when we're not being told the full story. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this.
Is the best country in the world.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent your views.
Britain's watching. Britain's watching. Britain's watching.
We're proud to be GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Westminster is going around in ever-decreasing circles, followed by the media. Britain is broken. How on earth did we get into this mess? But more importantly, how do we get out of it? Join me at 7 p.m, Mondays to Thursdays on Farage, here on GB News. We will have open, rational debate. We've got to work out how Britain moves forward from this. Join us here on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain is watching.
I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, the Member of Parliament for North East Somerset and a former government minister. For years, I've walked the corridors of power in both Westminster and the City of London. We need to have the arguments, the discussions on how we make it better.
Crop failures, famine, war, suffering on a scale completely unimaginable.
We are putting the cart before the horse. As Charles I said at the scaffold, he was the true defender of liberty.
Yeah, I've completely derailed the conversation.
Join me Monday to Thursday at 8 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
GB News has its own late-night paper preview show, Headliners, where comedians take you through the next day's top news stories. You don't have to bother reading the newspaper, we've got it covered for you. Headliners, every night at 11 p.m. and repeated every morning at 5 a.m. We won't send you to sleep like some of the other paper review shows out there. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, on Sunday mornings from 9:30, taking the politicians to task and breaking out of SW1 to see how their decisions are affecting you across the UK. Bursting the Westminster bubble every Sunday morning, only on GB News, the People's Channel. Britain's watching.
You've probably seen politicians interviewed 1,000 times, but we do it differently. We find out who they really are, we don't shout, we chat, and hopefully we bring a bit of light, not just heat. Did you know Kate Moss?
Apparently.
Do you have a pair of jeans or a pair of jeans?
No, of course I don't. What would I do with them?
My friends are like, oh my God, what's she doing now?
Join me every Sunday at 6 for Gloria Meets, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
9:37 morning to you, watching and listening to Breakfast on GB News.
And we're joined by Aidan McGee now to take us through all of the weekend's sporting action. Morning to you.
Good morning, good to
How
see you
are
again. I'm very well, thanks. A bit of breaking news for you, actually, in the last
right.
10-15 minutes or so. Fabio Paratici, the Tottenham sporting director. Remember the last hour you said to me there's going to be some movement at Tottenham with the manager? Well, this is a guy who was charged with the task of bringing in a new manager. Now, last year he was found guilty of false accounting in Italy when he worked for Juventus. The club appealed against a 15-point penalty and they saw their 15-point deduction overturned. His appeal for his specific part in the offence has not been rescinded. And so that means, and further than that, FIFA have extended the ban outside of Italian football into worldwide football, which means he's had to resign from his position at Tottenham with immediate effect. But it's important because he was a Antonio Conte man. He was charged, as I say, he was the man who was going to bring in the new manager over the summer, recruitment as well. So I'm not sure where their plans go with that. They kind of expected, I think, that he would fall on his sword. But the Spurs have made a statement as well. They said FIFA ruled to extend his ban worldwide, and while there continues to be a dispute as to the scope and extent of the ban, the current worldwide ban prevents Fabio from fulfilling his duties as our managing director of football. He's therefore had to resign. So bad news for them, yeah.
It really is bad news.
It is, because, I mean, as I say, they're without a manager. They don't really fancy the guy who's in there at the moment, who is, again, that's difficult because the present incumbent is a close confidant of Paratici as well.
Who have you got their eye on?
They've got their eye on a guy called Ruben, let's get the name here, Ruben Amorim. I've not really heard of him before this morning, I must admit, but they're fourth in the table in Sporting Lisbon. But, you know, they've got a real battle on their hands to get into the top four, and it isn't, although they're kind of expecting it, they were hoping that the ban wouldn't be extended worldwide and it'd be able to continue in his role because he's an important person at Spurs, but he's had to leave his desk this morning.
Yeah, so not good news for Spurs.
Not at all.
Not good news either for Manchester United last night.
No, terrible. I mean, last week they were 2-0 up. They were absolutely cruising against Sevilla. Sevilla had no form in La Liga whatsoever, although they do have good pedigree in the Europa League specifically. They conceded 2 late goals in that match, and they made life so much more difficult for them going into last night. A raucous atmosphere. And they lost 3-0. Harry Maguire, terrible performance from him. Terrible performance from the goalkeeper, David De Gea. I do wonder now what it means for those 2 players specifically, and even Anders
Are they done
Lindelof.
as far as England goes, do you think?
Maguire, it's going to be difficult. He's in such poor form. And every time he puts on a Man United shirt, everything he touches turns to mush. And, all right, England's next game is not for another 7-8 weeks against Malta, which is, I think, June the 19th. But it's difficult now. Gareth Southgate always said he picked players on form. Now, you can't have any form if you're not playing, for a start. And when you do play, you're given an opportunity, a big game last night because of injuries, and you make a monumental error which caused them to lose.
I mean, we said this last time, didn't we, about when there was a big England match, about picking on form, and yet Maguire, it was the same situation.
Yeah, he did.
Maguire was in the team.
He was, but I think things have deteriorated as of last night. That was a really big game last night, full house over there, as I say, really big atmosphere. Chance to win a trophy. I mean, we said last week, didn't we, about how all the injuries were mounting up because they'd overinvested in all these tournaments. That's another one they're out of last night. And the upshot is that they've still got 3 players injured, 3 key players injured, 1 suspended, and Marcus Rashford half fit, thrown on at half-time in desperation. But for Maguire to look so uncomfortable in possession last night, it's a confidence thing. And even though England are playing Malta, and it's not until June the 19th, it'll be an interesting one for Gareth Southgate if you stick with his man. He's a big name player. You know, everybody transcends the sport. People know who he is. On the front of GQ the other week, on the Sunday Times magazine as well. And I do think that now it's a chance for Gareth Southgate to try and bring someone else in because he's going to have to leave Man United in the summer. I would have thought if they can get some money off him. But terrible result nonetheless.
Yeah,
3-0.
Gareth Southgate will be looking at Declan Rice and be very happy, won't he?
Without doubt. I mean, it was a wonderful goal last night and good result for West Ham as well. I mean, all right, it's not a premium. It's probably the 3rd-rate European trophy, but they've not won a major trophy since 1980, since the days of Billy Bonds. And Bobby Moore lifted a trophy before that, I think, in 1975 when they beat Fulham in the FA Cup final. So he could be the first West Ham captain since that era to lift a trophy. They're in the last 4 now, semi-final. And they've lost one game in the last 8. I don't think it's the crisis at West Ham that everyone's been making it out to be. Good result against Arsenal last Sunday as well, of course.
Goal of the season, do you think?
Yeah, it looks like it, yeah. Although because it's in Europe, it won't be counted in the Premier League goals of the season. Because when you do the goal of the season, you do it per competition.
Yeah.
And the ones we're sort of concerned with is the Premier League one. But there probably is a European award as well. But yeah, I've not seen a goal like that in quite a while. You just don't see solo goals anymore. The players are so technically good at shooting from distance. Why take on 4 players? So it's very rare to see a holding midfielder like Declan Rice, who's quite defensive in his game most of the time. That's what he's kind of been coached to do throughout his career. He was at centre-back 5 years ago. So to take on players and then stick it in the net like that, it's a bit of a throwback.
Yeah. What are we expecting this weekend? What's going on in the football?
Well, tonight we've got a big game, Arsenal against Southampton. They could go 7 points clear, Arsenal, with a win. They should win tonight. They're at home. They're against Southampton at the bottom of the league and haven't got a great deal of form either.
Is 7 points as impressive as it sounds?
No. Well, yes, it is, because you've got to have the points, but City will have 2 games in hand. I think what Arsenal are banking on now is that the weight of fixtures catches up with Manchester City because they're still in the Champions League and they played in the week. They've travelled to Germany and got a 1-1 draw against Munich. They've got a semi-final coming up as well. And this is a stage of the season where the Champions League rounds come quite quickly. And then they're in the FA Cup as well. So they're hoping, and the backlog of fixtures they've got to play an extra 2 games because of their cup commitments. So Arsenal will be hoping that the weight of fixtures will weigh them down. However, Man City have got a hell of a squad. And that's what they bought those players for situations like this. And I think fitness-wise, they're peaking around about now. If you think of last year when they lost in the semi-final of the Champions League against Real Madrid, they looked a bit fatigued in that second leg, and I think he wanted to avoid that this season.
OK, Aidan, thank you very much indeed.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you. Yeah, see you tomorrow.
Yeah, indeed. Showbiz now. Stephanie Tecci is here with... I mean, do you know what? It's not happy showbiz, but do you know what? I think there's something to be said. As we look at these, some of the papers have got these huge spreads on Paul O'Grady's funeral yesterday. I'd say what I like about it, there's a lot of people saying thank you, and it's a celebration of his life, which I think is is lovely, actually.
It was beautiful, and he really was a once-in-a-lifetime entertainer. There will never be another Paul O'Grady, even though his legacy will live on, whether it's the work he did with Battersea Dogs and Cats Home or whether it's him as Lily Savage. And I think people recognise that talent, and that's why they were out in their numbers. And they weren't just out in Adlington in Kent, where he was living. In Merseyside, in Birkenhead, actually, the people lined the streets there and they had a 1-minute clap of honour for him. And, you know, there's even calls at the moment, Stephen and Ellie, for a statue to be erected of Paul O'Grady. And it goes to show how much he was loved. And for me, my favourite part of what I've seen was that the Battersea Dogs and Cats Home, they had a Dogs Guard of Honour. So you had all these dogs that were going along with the coffin, which was quite touching because we know that he cared about animals, and that was very much reflected. And as well, it was a showbiz funeral, so you can imagine there was loads of celebrities there who were also paying respect. But more than anything, my heart goes out to his husband, Andre Posterio, because he just looked so grief-stricken. He was holding their dog, and it was just really touching for a life well lived.
And of course, Paul O'Grady was no age as well, which makes it even
67,
more tragic.
And, you know, he did have his battles with heart disease, and so, you know, he seemed very much on top of it, and he was actually preparing to star in Annie. So he was by no means slowing down on his career. So it's all quite sad.
A lot of it is the shock, isn't it? I mean, as you say, an absolute icon. I know we use that word a lot, but in this case, it really is true, whether that is the work of Lily Savage or Battersea Cats and Dogs Home. He was an icon, and just such a shock to lose
Yeah,
him.
and I think, you know, when people make those kind of imprint on TV, on stage and in comedy, it's just you have to pay that respect where it's due.
Yeah. Right, let's go stateside, should we?
Yeah.
Alec Baldwin, after that shooting, and there's all questions about whether he would face charges or not. It's all been dropped.
Yeah, so his 2 involuntary charges of manslaughter have been dropped. So for Alec Baldwin, this might feel like vindication for him, because for all the time, for the past year and a half, he said he did not shoot Helena Hutchins. He says that he had the gun in his hand, which he was rehearsing with, and he did not pull the trigger. But that is contradictory to what was in FBI reports that is saying that, you know, the gun must have been pulled in order for Helena to be shot. But this will come as good news for him. But there's been many lawsuits he's faced over the past year and a half, including from her husband, who have said, you know, the reckless behaviour led to the death of his wife. Helena's parents and sister obviously have also tried to bring a lawsuit against Baldwin, and he's trying to get those all dismissed. And it is still very much an active case, because there's still different people who will be facing charges over this.
I mean, he's in a slightly difficult position, isn't he, in that he's obviously not just the star of the show, he was the producer as well, so he has to take some overall responsibility.
He does, and the production have had to pay £80,000 to New Mexico City, in a sense, because they've violated so many rules when it comes to health and safety, so they've had to fork out a lot of money. They have resumed filming, which personally, Stephen and Ellie, I think is quite distasteful.
I mean, it's odd, because you're something, who would want to watch it now?
I just don't think it's going to be a successful hit in the box office, because a life has been lost in tragic circumstances, and within the cast themselves there's about 3 members who, again, are suing for anxiety and how they've been left traumatised from it. And, you know, for once in these kind of situations, I don't think the show should go on, and I think it's quite distasteful, to be honest.
Yeah, I find it...
I'm quite shocked at that.
Yeah, but, you know, they've had to pay a lot of money out of this, so the only way they're going to have to try reclaim money is by getting those bums on seats to go watch it in the cinema. But I think it will make for uncomfortable viewing, and even when Alec Baldwin is going to be doing the press run, that's all the journalists are going to be wanting to know.
Yeah.
Very good point,
Stephanie, good to see you. See you
Thank
tomorrow morning.
See you morning.
Now, have you worked out your plans for 2 weeks tomorrow? Because in case you've forgotten, it's the big day. You're planning your coronation quiche, family and friends over for the day to watch GB News on the sofa, or will you try to head to London to see the King?
Well, apparently, and miraculously, it should be going pretty smoothly if you're coming in on the train. That's according to rail bosses. But does that sound too good to be true?
Well, earlier we spoke to travel guru Simon Calder.
Find out today if there are going to be any strikes. I think it is extraordinarily unlikely, but of course they have to give 14 days notice, the RMT union or the ASLEF, the train drivers union. Talks are advancing, so I think you can park the possibility of strikes I don't think that's going to happen. Very few engineering works over the weekend. There's a bit of trouble going in and out of London Victoria on the Sunday, on the day after the coronation. But actually, the rail industry is stepping up. They're putting on extra trains. You'll be able to leave, for example, Cardiff very early on Saturday morning, around about 5. That'll get you into London Paddington in a couple of hours. And then you've got the day there, last train out shortly before 9 o'clock. And that's kind of repeated for a lot of cities around the UK. Of course, you might be flying into one of the London airports, particularly if you're coming from Northern Ireland.
Problem.
Well, actually, flying into the airports is fine. Flying out of Heathrow Terminal 5, we have some industrial action going on, but maybe we'll come on to that.
Well, yeah, but that's going on that's quite a long stretch, isn't it? 4th, 5th, 6th, 9th, 10th, 25th, 26th, 27th.
Yeah, OK, so this is the Unite Union, security staff, 1,400 of them working at London Heathrow Terminal 5. Now, this only affects Heathrow. It only affects Terminal 5, so any other Heathrow terminal, any other airport, there is not going to be anything to do with this current dispute. Now, what we will see is that actually British Airways will be cancelling about 5% of its schedule, I predict. This strike is aimed... We have the 10-day strike, you might remember, building up to Easter Sunday. That was just kind of a blanket strike, didn't have that much effect, partly because BA was told by Heathrow, cancel 1 in 20 flights, and if you do that, will relieve pressure on the security search area. That seemed to go quite well. But what the Unite Union has done this time in its campaign to get more pay for its workers is really to target the key times when lots of people, families, or indeed foreign visitors returning home after the coronation.
Now, how do you get a decent cup of tea? Hundreds of you getting in touch this morning about what you like. So we thought we'd do something a bit different.
Yes, today is National Tea Day, so we thought we'd do a taste test to really get to the bottom of things. And joining us now is tea sommelier Diaz Aya. Really good to have you in the studio with us. You've been very busy over here, pottering around.
Because a herbal tea is becoming more fashionable.
Yeah, absolutely, Stephen, that's correct. So we've just done a research, actually, and it's suggesting that 55% of Brits are now leaning more towards herbal, green, teas as opposed to the staple British breakfast, which we all love.
Oh, right.
So actually, we've got a few herbal teas here, actually. So this one here is quite magical. It's called Blue Aurora.
Ooh.
Now, I hope I don't shake. So this is a herbal infusion of violet, mallow flower and apple. Now, the reason that's turning blue is because it's got some very powerful antioxidants.
Oh, yeah, lift that up there.
Sorry, both in the violet, the mallow flower and obviously the apple as well.
So that's a natural colour, is it?
That's a naturally occurring colour change. So basically, it has an antioxidant which is called an anthocyanin, the same in the blueberry, the black grape, the purple broccoli. Anything purple is good for you. So that colour you're seeing is the anthocyanin antioxidant.
Amazing. And what
OK. I'm really sorry to break in. Got some breaking news coming up. The Deputy Prime Minister, Dominic Raab, has resigned. Okay. Now, of course, there was a huge amount of pressure over the bullying allegations that were made against him. There's been a very long investigation underway, and that report by the KC was delivered to the Prime Minister yesterday. But at 11:30 yesterday morning, and the big question was, well, what is going to happen as a result of that? People wanted the PM to get his skates on and reveal what he thought about all of that. Well, he hasn't had to sack Dominic Raab. He's resigned this morning. Our Deputy Political Editor, Tom Harwood, is here. Tom?
Yes, this was a 5-month investigation by Adam Tolley KC. Got into the Prime Minister yesterday morning. This morning, of course, we saw in the papers a lot of criticism for the Prime Minister for, quote, dithering over a decision. But this was quite a lengthy investigation, quite a lengthy report, and less than 24 hours after it was handed in to the Prime Minister, we are now seeing a definitive decision. Writing in his statement, the Deputy Prime Minister has said that I'm writing to resign from your government. This is a letter sent from him to the Prime Minister, of course, adding that I called for the inquiry and undertook to resign if it made any finding of bullying whatsoever. I believe it is important to keep my word. So in that, Dominic Raab is not suggesting perhaps that it is the most extreme form of bullying, but any form of bullying whatsoever.
If that was the case, why didn't Dominic Raab saw the report yesterday? Why has it taken until this morning?
Well, that will be a question that many people will be asking. And frankly, it sounds like there has been some sort of negotiation, some sort of back and forth between Dominic Raab and the Prime Minister. We heard in many reports over the last few hours and into last night that Dominic Raab would fight to stay. And it seems like he has been fighting and discussing and making his case. One report said he was lawyered up to try and stay as Deputy Prime Minister and as Justice Secretary. Well, it seems like that effort has not been fruitful, and I would be very surprised if it wasn't Number 10 that was putting the pressure on this resignation rather than an entirely voluntary decision.
Well, we have got Dominic Raab's resignation letter there. It is on the screen for you if you are listening on the radio. And Tom, this does make Rishi Sunak's job easier, doesn't it? Because all eyes were on him this morning, wondering what was taking him so long. It was going to be a test for a man that had promised a cabinet with integrity.
It is a massive test, and of course this isn't the first resignation or indeed firing from the cabinet that we have seen. First it was Gavin Williamson, who left after only a couple of months in Rishi Sunak's government. Then Nadeem Zahawi, of course, was let go from the government as well, and now Dominic Raab. It is starting to seem a little careless of the Prime Minister to be losing so many senior ministers.
And
but
yet,
it is important to note,
go on.
within his statement, Dominic Raab does try to put forward how this isn't the biggest blot against him. He says that this report dismissed all but 2 claims levelled against me. So we know that there had been a big number of claims, and the report did dismiss the vast majority of them, but clearly 2 of those claims had been upheld by Adam Tolley KC, and that's what did for Raab.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Because this is damaging for the Prime Minister, as you say. However, if this had carried on even till lunchtime today, never mind till Monday, as some people are saying, could have proved even more damaging, couldn't it?
That's certainly true. If this had bled into, for example, the Sunday morning media round, a really big moment when, of course, those big TV shows on Sunday mornings, the Sunday papers, that could have been a very damaging moment for this government. It clearly needed to be wrapped up before then. I think it is important to note, however, that Dominic Raab continues in his letter to say that in setting the threshold for bullying so low, this inquiry has set a dangerous precedent. It will encourage spurious complaints against ministers and have a chilling effect on those driving change on behalf of your government and ultimately the British people. So whilst he has resigned, he is not resigning quietly. Clearly he feels a bit aggrieved by this process. Clearly he feels that the threshold for bullying set out by Adam Tolley was too low in this case.
So there will still be conversations, despite the fact that Dominic Raab has now resigned, there will still be conversations about behaviour in the workplace. What should people be able to or meant to tolerate? But perhaps a relief, really, because what we could have seen if Raab did not resign or Rishi Sunak didn't ask him to step down is civil servants could have resigned over this. Those civil servants, at least some of them, will feel vindicated by this decision.
That's certainly true. We did see those claims in the papers, and ultimately that does raise some questions over this process as well. There are questions over how much political pressure the Prime Minister faced over this decision, or indeed Dominic Raab faced over this decision. Was this a decision made in terms of absolute what's right for the workplace and propriety and the rest of it, or was this more of a political decision in terms of what would look bad, what would look good, how this would play out in the country, in the wider country? We did, however, see some opinion polling in the last couple of days, notably 75% of the country saying that if Dominic Raab was found to have committed any bullying, he should resign. Given that this report apparently finds 2 counts of bullying and the weight of public opinion that has been expressed in those polls, it's hard to see how this could have gone particularly differently.
All right, so again, it's back to that.
Then it kind of ruins any chances of future.
Told to resign, hasn't he?
You choose to
Well, I think that's undoubtedly what has happened. And you can see in the tone of his letter how Dominic Raab is warning against the sort of threshold for bullying being so low, warning that this might damage government in the future. Clearly, Dominic Raab is concerned that this has been, I don't want to use the words witch hunt, but perhaps this has been too pernicious of an investigation. It does seem through the tone of that letter that he was pushed rather than walked. And that's going to be interesting, in fact, what Dominic Raab says now from the backbenches. Of course, resigned from the government, still a Member of Parliament, and a Member of Parliament for actually what is quite a marginal seat now, facing the Lib Dems down in the southeast.
I mean, one of the big attack points from Labour, I think it's a bit thin because Keir Starmer's only been in Parliament since 2015, of course has never served in government, which is, Rishi Sunak's only been in since 2015. They say he's inexperienced. One of the things against that was having a Deputy Prime Minister who was more experienced and was seen as a bit of a backstop, if you like. So where does that leave Rishi Sunak now?
Yes, it's interesting because, of course, Dominic Raab has held many different positions in government. He's been at the forefront of our politics for a long time. He served as a minister in the coalition government under Theresa May, under Boris Johnson, and now, of course, under Rishi Sunak as well. A well-known figure and someone who stood by Rishi Sunak through the summer, that leadership contest. He was the man who introduced Rishi Sunak in his first launch event, did many sort of media rounds promoting Rishi Sunak, and yet now it seems he has been pushed away by the Prime Minister.
Yeah. It is 10 o'clock. You're watching GB News. Esther and Phil will be here with you momentarily, but in the meantime, Stephen and Eddie with you as we take you through the breaking news this morning, and that is, in the last few minutes, Dominic Raab, the Justice Secretary, the Deputy Prime Minister, has resigned after that report was delivered to the Prime Minister about allegations of bullying made against him, and taking us through all the details, our Deputy Political Editor, Tom Harwood. And you were saying, Tom, in terms of the specific details on this, there were quite a lot of allegations made against Dominic Raab by quite a number of people. Most of them have not been upheld, but two have.
Two have. And it's interesting looking at all of the media reporting around this case, the 5 months that this was being investigated by Adam Tolley. Dominic Raab has something to say about that investigation and the leaks, the multiple leaks we saw from that investigation in his letter. He says, "Finally, I raised with you a number of the improprieties that came to light during the course of this inquiry. They include the systematic leaking of skewed and fabricated claims to the media in breach of the rules of the inquiry and the Civil Service Code of Conduct, and the coercive removal by a senior official of dedicated private secretaries from my Ministry of Justice private office in October last year." Dominic Raab now calling for an independent review into the way that went out, into that systematic leaking, and indeed speaking there against some of those civil servants, saying that they have broken the Civil Service Code of Conduct.
Tom, thank you very much indeed for that. People will have noticed the eagle-eyed that Stephen and Ellie are no longer here, and it's now Esther and Phil bringing you this breaking news today about Dominic Raab, the Deputy Prime Minister, resigning.